Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with a very special one-shot. This is going to be Tom Clancy's Carmen Sandiego. We are not affiliated with either brand, so if you are, you didn't see anything. Move along. Yeah, this is going to be a playtest for a system that is currently in development called Aces Out. This game is being developed by a friend of mine named Josh Law over at strengthmod.com, and I want to go ahead at the top of this and tell him a very special thank you for the support that he has given this particular game. And aside from designing Aces Out and his other game design efforts, Josh is building a platform for game designers and game masters to connect with one another in a like-minded space. So be sure to check out the link to strengthmod.com in the description for more details. Go check him out. The same warning that I give at the beginning of every single one of my games, and that is if mature language and mature subject matter and the occasional immature humor is something that bothers you, then you really shouldn't spend any more time here at my channel. Go elsewhere. But with all of that aside, I think I'm going to toss things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet, and what they might have going on before we're going to get things rolling here. So, first up, we have Jason.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jason Smith. I'm just a dude on the internet that likes to play games with cool people. So I'm just happy to be here. Anytime I can get in on a Jeremy Lilly game is a good day. So looking forward to this.
I was gonna say, man, if you're just a dude who plays games with good people, then I'm sorry, but you're just gonna have to make do tonight. But no, I appreciate you being here. As always, Jason, you've been around for a long time, and it's always a good chance to be able to sit down at the table with you. So I'm glad that the scheduling worked out. All right, next up we have Alan.
Hey everyone, my name's Alan, and I like playing games with cool people too. And I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be playing with these fine players and under the hat of Jeremy Lilly, who I find is a fantastic GM. You can find me on the socials and all that at Simply Roleplaying. It's a channel just all about different types of tabletop role-playing games. So if you like role-playing games, come check it out.
Personally, I hate role-playing games, but we all have to do things that are sacrifices, honestly.
Well known fact, Jeremy hates games.
I hate them. No, man, it's, again, like I've had the opportunity and chance to play with you for many years now, Alan, and it's always awesome to get the chance to sit at the table again with you. So thank you. All right, next up we have Petra.
Excellent. Well, thank you for spreading the misery, Jeremy, of your game hate to all of us. What they said, by the way. So yeah, I'm just was on the internet a lot more earlier in COVID, but I've been picking and choosing. But once again, anything Jeremy runs, jump in on that. So very excited for tonight's game. Really looking forward to it. I'm on the socials too: Petra Bacchus, Petroglyph, Artitude, all my different handles for companies and stuff that I'm part of. But I will see you around.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Petra. Even though you and I have only gotten to actually play together like twice, I want to say.
Twice, yeah, I think so.
Twice before. You and I have been working on a project together and getting to see quite a lot of each other pretty much every week. Yeah, I'm really excited for the second release of Biddy Battles whenever that finally hits the market.
I thought of plugging that, but
oh no, it's all good. So yeah, I'm super excited to have you back at the table as a player in this game. So thank you very much for the kind words. All right, next up, speaking of kind words, Nathan.
I don't have any. Sorry, I'm fresh out.
That's fine. We're gonna just go on to
don't.
No.
I again, as I guess everybody previous has said, if a Jeremy game pops up and I have the opportunity and part of the schedule, I try not to pass it up if I can help it, because man, it never disappoints. So I can't help but try to throw an interest in there if possible. So
do you want to plug your channel?
Yeah, absolutely. I am a being from Dimension 119, and that's where you can find me. Search Dimension 119, and you can pretty much find it. I'm mostly on Twitch these days, doing a lot of different video games. We have a few D&D games. We actually have a Middle Earth game going on right now, every other week. That's run by Kevin, who is apparently a lot of people in the AbTab group know, and have interacted with Kevin. He's does a great job. He has so much Lord of the Rings lore that it blows all of our minds pretty much every week. So
yeah, Kevin's a good dude. I've had the opportunity to play with him a couple of times as well. Very, very good guy. And yeah, man, obviously Nathan, I have the opportunity to play with you quite a lot here recently in the last 2 years, probably a year and a half even. A lot shorter than I might think at first, but
yeah, it's been about a year and a half, I think.
Yeah. We missed our anniversary. Oh well. I didn't get you anything. But yeah, man, it's happy to have you at the table again. So I'm really excited to try this system out. I have absolutely no idea how it's going to go, but we'll see. Speaking of excited, last but certainly not least, DJ.
Yes, I'm DJ Hester. My channel is The Griffin's Nest, but I'm not really. We haven't really been. I haven't posted a lot on there lately. Mostly, I've been around on the Raven Rolls over with Paul over there, as well as Nathan. We play fairly regular Starforged game called Ad Astra, and as well as me and Paul are currently working on the Mage Hack. We've done a couple of play tests of that, and we've been working more and more on it, and so I'm excited for that. And just to echo everyone, I'm very excited to be in a Jeremy game. We gotten to play with him a few times, and never disappointed, never. So
I appreciate that, man. Again, thank all of you very, very much for the exceptionally kind words. The feeling is mutual. I'm very excited to have all of you in this game. I think it's going to be a fantastic group. I mean, you are a fantastic group. I mean, in game, I think it's going to benefit. You know what the hell I'm talking about, which is good because I don't. Yeah. Oh, I did want to say, it is okay for all of you if you use a little bit of light Google foo while we're playing the game. Just for those of you who may not be really sharp on your geography and history and things, Google's your friend. Yeah. So I think, without further ado, I think we may be ready to start. Does anybody have any grand questions or anything before we get started? No? Cool.
Yeah, what are we playing again?
Legend of the Five Rings. And go. All right. Here we go. The cold wind blows across the frigid waters and chunks of ice as the rainbow-colored hues of the aurora borealis dance in ribbons above this body of water. We see on the shore of this lake, pond, sea, a facility covered in snow, pipes running into snowbanks and mountains. Guards are seen milling about here and there everywhere. It's very obvious that this place, this base, is very well guarded. So as we pull in tighter to this location, unbeknownst to the outside world. We're going to be joining 5 individuals who perhaps have had better days. So, what I need from each of you is to remove 2 of the aces from your deck. Once you have done that, I need you to shuffle and then set aside 20 cards. You're going to be working with about half of your deck for now. You have 2 items remaining. You'll have the ability to decide what those 2 items will be. And you have already used 2 of your special abilities that come from your profile, I think it's called. You have come to this base looking for someone by the name of Sergei the White Russian Mikhailov. He is a vile scientist. So,
Good question. Are we
Yes.
discarding 20 or are we keeping 20?
you should keep 20.
Keep. Gotcha.
By the time that you remove the 2 aces, that should give you 40 cards. And 20 should be what you're playing with. I'm going to put the dude's name in our chat. Oops. It helps if I can spell properly. Who in the world came up with these names? Okay. So, if each one of you would please tell us. Narratively, I want you to tell me how, each one of you, tell me how this mission has been going terribly wrong for all of you. Each one of you in turn can add something to it. You can build off of something that someone else has said previously, what have you. But the 5 of you have run into one another on this assignment. And because things have been going so poorly, you have been kind of forced to work together on trying to track down and find the White Russian. So just narratively, give me something about this job that has gone terribly wrong, while you are also introducing us for the first time to your character. And if you are prepared, let us know what 2 items you have with you.
So Hans is a hulk of a guy, big, burly, bear-like guy. When we arrived in Siberia, it turns out my gear is shoddily made, and the cold, wet snow has somehow found its way into his boots and socks, and he is just a miserable man at the moment. I don't have much in the way of gear. A small compact submachine gun, my sunglasses trying to block out the Siberian sun, which apparently at this time of year seems to be going on day and night. It's hard to tell time right now. I'm miserable.
Jack is struggling due to the fact that we're in this base and we're making our way through this base, or he is. and his problem is the fact that he feels as though he's been in here too long. This has taken a lot longer than it was supposed to, a lot longer than the intel said it should have. And he's ready to get out of these smaller hallways and these shafts he's had to creep down, and he's just ready to get out in the open a bit and not be stuck in this place. But he also doesn't want to be out in the cold. He keeps taking out a lockpick set and checking it because it's one of the few things that hasn't malfunctioned on him, as well as his blade that he has with him. And it's just almost a paranoia because everything else thus far seems to have failed him. All of his other gear has had some type of problem or issue.
Speaking of bad intel, the layout of this facility that we got was vastly incorrect. We had to, on the fly, get new schematics. And Domingo is a master of disguise, but he has been in, he's Argentinian, so having to look Russian is quite a feat. But luckily he's got a face copier and he was able to copy one of these Russians' face. But on the comms, he's just constantly like, you can hear like scratching because this wool uniform of this guard is just irritating the crap out of him.
And speaking of with the bad plans, Hiro has been messing with this data pad that he's been trying to contact the our superiors, but there's some sort of satellite interference that's keeping his connection from syncing properly. And so he's really only got the data that's stored on the data pad. He can't really connect to the servers to get any new information. So he's kind of going in blind, and but he's constantly checking. If he put his data pad back and constantly checking to make sure that his little portable soldering set is still functioning. It's that the battery's not depleted on it, because he never knows when he might need it to hotwire something or get through a door or something. So he's constantly checking to make sure he's got it and it's not dead on him.
My connection didn't show. I'd been working on this for so long. We had it airtight, and just a complete no-show. Essential, easier way in. It was all like clockwork, all set up, but you get one bad connection, and now I'm on my own. My handgun is not used to this cold. Ottawa wins, not whatever this is. My boots are not quite up to par for this. So, and I don't even know if my fake ID is going to be of any use anymore, because it was, part of the other plan. That plan I have to abandon now and work on the fly. I'm just not having a good day.
Absolutely. And the same can be said for all of you, right? Not only did you come into this assignment, this mission, thinking that you were going to be handling things on your own, you come to find out that there are 4 other agencies who are invested in investigating what is going on here at this lab. And as luck or misfortune might have it, you've all kind of shown up around the same time, somewhat, interfering with one another's capabilities of performing this task. I would imagine that most of you are probably used to working alone or with one or two contacts in the field. But this working as a team is certainly not something that I think most of you are used to. However, you've been making do as much as you can here in this asshole place of the world, and are making your way through the various layers of this unnecessarily complex. You have gotten turned around more than once because of these scrambled schematics that Domingo has informed you were botched, and you are now hopefully on your way towards finding the White Russian. What I would like for each of you to do, please, is to draw a single card and let me know what you get. What you got, Alan? Looks like a 6. Patrick's got a 10. No, nice. 4. Okay. 6 hearts. Okay. 7. Nice. 4. Okay. So this number is going to represent how many guards you have had to take down in order to get to this point. Regardless of how you took them out, whether it was lethally or otherwise, this is the kind of resistance that you have been coming across thus far in the mission. So, as we find you in these endless tunnels of pipes running every which way, these steel ladders that are kind of frozen, rusted, and iced over. What is the plan to track down the White Russian here in this laboratory, this hidden secret laboratory in Siberia?
I think the first part of the plan was to get Domingo to get access to the control room, in which he would then install a thumb drive, which would give Sparky access to the network. So then he could get access to security cams and possibly locate the Russian that way, or if there were any other details in the system that would say what floor or room or anything like that he was in. Okay,
perfect. And Domingo's approach to this would have probably been disguise or some kind of, sneaking in.
Yeah, he his main infiltration is through disguise. So he would have dressed the part. He would have pulled one of these uniforms or gotten a uniform, and then his one of his pieces of gear is a tool which allows him to basically like copy someone's face, and then it will duplicate that on his own face.
Perfect. Very Mission Impossible. I love it. Okay, cool. So let's get a draw then. So this is going to be 2 cards from you, but I think with the facial recognition, facial copier, I think that would probably qualify for a 3rd card in this situation. And let's see, I'm going to draw 1. I think I'm going to draw 2 because of the circumstances. All right, what you got?
Right, and then we're just totaling?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you total it together. If you have... Oh, this is going to be a... magnetism? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, magnetism.
Okay, cool. So if you get any hearts, is magnetism your strong suit?
It is my strong suit.
Okay, cool. Then yes, if you get any hearts, those will each provide an additional +3 to your total.
Got it. All right.
Let me know if you get an ace or a joker.
No aces, no joker. My total, I do have 1 heart out of my 3 cards. My total is going to be 20, but because I have a heart, that is a 23. And then I took the I'm not sure what it's called, but the what is it? I'm sorry.
You're good. The not profile.
Profile, yeah. I took the lover profile, so that gives me another +2
nice.
to magnetism. So I have a 25
Go.
total.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, this is not a problem for Domingo whatsoever. You had, thankfully all of the parts of this plan went swimmingly, and you managed to get into the control room, install the thumb drive, and you probably even had like a contingency plan for what you were going to do if someone came in while you were doing this, how you were going to, be able to palm this thing and get it back out of here. And you're really surprised by the utter lack of security that is present in this area of the building. Like, this was too easy.
Slick here. I'm inside. Sparky, you should be able to have access to the network now. I have to say, it was pretty light getting inside here. If the guards are not here, then where are they?
Sparky would pull up his pad and hit a few buttons and get the connection to the drive and start scanning through camera footage, and I'm sure there's some sort of badge tracking or something for the guards, and sort of scanning and looking for schedules and that sort of stuff within the system.
Excellent. All right, Sparky, let's get a pull from you. So this will be cunning.
Cunning, yes.
Typically what the gizmos are all tied to. Is cunning your strong suit?
It is.
Excellent. Okay, cool. I think cunning is diamonds.
It is.
Okay, cool. So you're going to draw 2 cards. Is your data pad, is that one of the things that you brought as an item?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Then you will be able to use a 3rd card. This is fairly straightforward, so this is just going to be versus 1 draw from me.
Okay. Well, I got 1 diamond and I got an ace.
Ooh, okay. What was your diamond?
5.
Okay, so it's a 6 total.
So, and then I got I got 13 total plus the 3 is
okay.
16. And then if we're taking the profiles, the hacker profile gives you a +3 to gizmos.
Okay. Perfect. So
that's
16?
16 plus the other 3 because it's on top of. Yeah.
Yeah. So 19.
19, yeah.
Okay.
Quick question about draws.
Yeah.
When we draw cards, do we discard them to the side or do we shuffle them back in?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No,
Excellent.
you only shuffle once you pull a joker, or if like you have to search your deck for an ace, or if I call for it for whatever reason.
Okay, cool.
Yes, Nathan. The card that you drew is how many guards you have already taken out individually. Okay, so DJ, that was versus only an 8. So again, you did well, very, very well. You are tracking, like you said, entrances and exits from the key cards that are being used throughout the facility. You're very, very easily able to kind of like find, the coded database or whatever that is storing all of that information, and you're able to isolate, the entries just for Sergei, the White Russian, and you're able to find that the last place that he passed through, the last door like this that he passed through, is in the westernmost wing of this complex on the 3rd floor. It looks like it's probably some kind of high security research room.
And Sparky would definitely like start like relaying this information to the others. That way we can start to form more of a plan.
Agent Reagan, no further resistance after initial contact. Over.
Well, Mooney's got her badge. Got this little device that can scan them through and replicate, laminate, kind of duplicate badge. So that was her in. She actually had a full cover identity to get in here, but yeah, there was another person who's not here now, so she's a little concerned as to whether or not that connection was blown. So she's been making her way through using her her ID and get past some checkpoints, which has worked to a point. But definitely good that they're able to get that information. Because that opportunity for me was no longer fleshed out.
Absolutely. So do you want to see if your key card, if your fake ID is going to get you access into this high clearance area?
That's the hope. It's the hope. So if not, then it will be important to flesh out someone whose ID can get us access to the room and use their ID instead.
Okay, so you'll have the 2 cards. This is going to be... Ooh, what would this be? That's a good question. Let's see. Magnetism, nimble is vehicles and stuff usually. Definitely not force.
Magnetism and cunning are sort of the elements.
It's still kind of a social challenge, somewhat of a disguise. So yeah, and you were relying on a contact for this particular kind of information. So yeah, I think magnetism works.
Yeah, initially I do have my cover fully fleshed. So yeah, magnetism is with.
Okay. Cool. So this is going to be 2 cards. You are relying on one of the items that you said that you brought. So I'll give you a 3rd card in this situation. Is magnetism your strong suit?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So if you get any hearts, then that will be an additional +3 per card. I am drawing 3 because this is a high security clearance area that you're trying to get into. Okay.
Okay. So I give you the total?
Correct.
So I got 23 and one of them was a heart, so that's 26.
26. All right. Wow.
And then
no
my
aces,
plus
no
one for
jokers?
my magnetism, so 27. Is that how it works?
Yes.
No aces, 2 10s and a 3.
Perfect. Wow. Okay. So yeah, my total was a 19. So again, you guys are apparently the tables may have turned a bit on this mission, and you have all kind of fallen into your groove, as it were. So you have no problem whatsoever bypassing the high level security doors with the key card of Mooney. All right, so now you have kind of like bypassed the last barrier of security, the last bottleneck. What's next? What's the plan?
Are we like nearing this room? Do we have more areas to go? Because I think that Jack is trying to plan our route out, but he's also observing like the movement of what guards are maybe left, what various pieces are moving around the facility, and trying to make sure that we're timing our moves and to our, going to these different doors to get through these different areas to get where we're at, get where we're going to get this guy. That way we have as few interactions as possible.
Excellent. Perfect. And by your careful verbiage, I'm assuming that nimble is your choice. Since it's tied to movement.
Cunning, maybe, because I'm trying to plan it.
Okay.
I can do nimble, though. Nimble's fine. I'm not worse at nimble.
All right. Let's do nimble, because it definitely says nimble is tied to movement. And I heard you say the word move at least 3 times. So
Jack, be nimble.
Jack, be nimble. Holy shit, Jason. Wow. Wow.
Need to second guess my calling here.
Okay. So, 2 cards. You're not using an item that you brought to do this necessarily. I think this is going to be 2 cards. And I am going to... planning an escape route. I did describe this place as being kind of complex and a little bit maze-like, so I'm also going to draw 2 cards. Ooh. Okay. Any aces or jokers?
I don't think I add anything since it's not my skill, right?
If it's not your strong suit or your weak suit that you're pulling up, then it shouldn't matter.
All right. No aces or jokers, but I got 2 4s, so that's an 8.
Okay. What is your strong suit? Just out of curiosity.
Cunning.
Cunning? Okay. So you didn't have any diamonds?
I didn't know if that counted. I do have a diamond, but I don't know if that counted because we're not doing cunning.
Yeah. Even if it's not your chosen skill set that you're doing in that moment, if the card represents your chosen skill set, it still gives you that bonus.
Okay, so it's a +3, right? So it's 11.
Okay, excellent. I had a 6 total. So again, you beat me and then some. So yeah, you're able to find a way out of this crazy godforsaken facility. I'll let you determine what that is. What does the escape route look like from here?
The escape route is straight to whatever garage they have for a vehicle that can carry us out of here.
Nice. There's like one of those big like snowcat things. It has like, the 2 separate tank treads on each side kind of thing. Nice. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah, you've kind of located that is in fact there. It's still, on the manifest or what have you of this place. And you have figured out the path that's going to get you there the quickest, and have made certain that all of the doors in between here and there are going to be unlocked. Okay, you are getting closer to the lab. And there's one person that hasn't taken a draw yet, right?
I have not.
Okay, so what are you adding to the situation here, Hans?
My paranoia about the lack of security after the initial contact has got me bringing up the rear and checking various hallway crossways and listening for movement, and honestly kind of hoping I find it. It seems our anger has kind of sparked some mojo among the group, and I don't know what I would use, honestly, in this situation. Like we're not running across anybody, and that's kind of pissing me off.
All right. Let's see. So you are head on a swivel, trying to make sure that this isn't a trap. Maybe you're kind of waiting to see. You're waiting for the other shoe to drop. So let's do that as a I think probably a cunning draw. Maybe.
My weakest.
Oh, is it?
It is.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think that makes the most sense for what you're describing.
It does. I'm
Yeah.
I'm here for it. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. All right. Okay. No items that you're carrying involved in this. So I think it's just going to be the straight two cards, sir.
The 3 of hearts and the 3 of diamonds.
Ooh, okay. Are either of those your strong or weak suit?
I need to double check. So diamonds is cunning, so I get negative there, right?
Ooh, yeah, -3 per. So it sounds like
Ouch.
the card washes.
Yeah. So 3 up, 3 down.
3. Oh, okay. 3 up, 3 down. All right. I drew an ace, which for the game master, that is a 10. So you not only was the roll a miss, but it was a miss by more than 5 points, or 5 points or more. So that is 2 cards that you're going to have to remove from your deck. Not into your discard, but remove entirely, I believe.
Okay. Just straight off the top and discarded.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And check to see if they are aces, because if they are aces, they do not go away. And jokers, for that matter.
They are not aces.
Okay, cool. All right. So, let's see. Yes. Okay. So, Hans, you are keeping your head on a swivel. You barely manage to kind of duck back around a corner as someone is coming. And you realize that it is the White Russian. You see a bald man who looks like he's an albino, dressed mostly in white. And he is speaking in Russian in low tones to another scientist who seems to be walking beside him. They enter the laboratory, the kind of laboratory proper. It's almost like a concentric rooms, if you will. They're getting into higher and higher levels of what is the term? Sterility. Like, more and more checks you're having to go through and put on different layers of, protective gear. But as you duck around the corner to avoid being seen by the White Russian, you notice another individual who spots you. This individual stands out because she doesn't seem all that well dressed for the weather. You manage to get a glimpse of a wide-brimmed red hat as she then ducks around a corner with something tucked under her arm. Just then, the explosion happens. From the central lab, there is a massive explosion. Sorry, go ahead, Jason.
I was just going to ask, would I recognize her?
No.
Okay.
So, this bomb explodes. Whatever this is caused by, it rocks this facility. There's dust and rubble that is kind of collapsing, falling around. You can see through the smoke that is very quickly starting to fill up this area that there's just a massive crater where this laboratory was just a moment before. There's glass and twisted metal everywhere. You can see the light of the aurora borealis coming through an opening in the ceiling several floors above you. Alarms are going off everywhere, and you can hear the Russian being shouted over the loudspeakers throughout this complex. It has now become a very, very hot spot.
What the shit? Nobody said anything about explosives?
How far am I from the Russian?
The White Russian, you saw him enter that lab, and it's probably 30 feet away from you, if he's still there.
I would like to rush towards that lab.
Okay. You rush forward 4-5 steps before you realize that it's very unlikely that he survived. You see what you're fairly sure is a lab coat arm. You think it probably still has an arm in it, judging by the fact that it's not flat.
Damn. Give that scientist a hand.
Bravo. All right. So, I would like for each one of you, please, to describe just a small snippet of your hasty escape from this place.
I think Slick would he'd say, Sparky, lock it down. Lock it all down. 119. Get your shit ready to go. And he'd be running down the hall, and as these guards are coming out, he's a knife thrower. He does not like guns. Guns are loud. Guns can jam, but knives are quiet, and he never seems to miss as he's what throwing knives he has on him. He's throwing them as they whistle down the hallway and just pierce into these guys' necks or vital areas. And we just see him like running down the hallway as he turns. We just catch a glimpse of several guards who are down with a knife or two in them, and then this like silicone looking face that kind of flickers as it's like the digital imagery is fading in and out.
Are we all leaving together? At least like
That's up
leaving
to
this. Well, okay then. I'll be shouting kind of in Domingo's direction, like he's in front and sprinting, and 119's just shouting right, left, straight ahead, giving directions, trying to guide whoever's going with towards this garage, and hoping that there's something still standing where he can get that snowcat and get us out of here.
And Sparky's running around doing exactly what Slick said, just locking doors as we run past them. And, as you run past one, you start to see it start to open up, and then the blast door goes down in front of it so that they can't come through, and you're running. And then as they get closer to the garage, he starts to key into the big bay doors so that they can get out.
I think it's going to be helpful using the key pass that I swiped off our dead white Russian before we dashed out. It's nice to have top clearance. So yeah, hopefully I'm doing similar, just jamming up the works for everything I can behind us. And ideally, we don't really want to leave anything here that other people can get. So, if you mess up the computers while you're at it, but predominantly escape is the main factor, just whatever sabotage can kick in as we go. I'm staying with these guys. I think one vehicle is going to be a heck of a lot easier to get away with than a bunch of random skidoos along this terrain.
I think as Slick's running down the halls, he's just like, Dragon, what the hell happened? You were supposed to get into the lab.
There was another operative. I did not recognize her. She's not with us. She's not. Red hat woman. I saw her. She ducked around the corner, and the explosion happened. The Russian is dead. And
doesn't sound familiar to me.
Not very conspicuous to be in such an environment in all red. Who is this woman?
There was nothing in the dossier about another agency involved?
Not in my briefing.
Maybe Vile got wind of our mission and decided to sabotage it itself.
Perhaps. Matters not right now. We've got to get out of here. We've got. Have we made contact with the snowcat? Like we have access to it?
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. You're getting out of here.
Excellent. That's we're all on that. We're getting out of here now. Okay. Is there an extraction point that was set up? Are we heading towards that? Is that the plan?
Very possibly. I would imagine that each one of you probably has a separate extraction plan of some kind, because again, you were not intended to do this together. This was not a joint operation. So however it is that you managed to escape, I leave to all of you.
I'll say one last thing as we start to leave in the snowcat, as we start to actually exit the facility. I would take my pad and swipe and find the right thing, and I would activate the virus that is stored in the thumb drive that was left in the computer systems.
Absolutely. It immediately, we cut to a shot inside where the computer has some kind of beautiful graphic for whatever reason that's specifically about this virus installing itself and starting to erase everything. Somebody bothered to write graphics programs for this for some reason, and then also for some unknown reason, then the computer lab starts to explode as well. And there's this second, tertiary even explosion from this complex as you're all driving away through, the snow in this track cat. We fade to black as we see this vehicle trudging off into kind of the white distance. Along the bottom of the screen, the words appear denoting some time has passed. We then find ourselves in quite a different locale. The beautiful, sunny shores of Monaco, Port Hercules. There is a regatta called the Monaco Classic that is now going on. Each one of you has separately been sent on assignment because Red Hat has been seen again. There is an individual here at the regatta by the name of Alexios Iliopoulos. He is an owner of Adonis Exports, a fishing magnate. And he was photographed with Red Hat not that long ago. So as we now find 6 years later, each one of you in turn, as you are arriving or making your way through the events of surrounding this regatta and onto, potentially, the yacht owned by Alexios, known as the Adonis, describe how we now find your agent. What are you up to? And what gizmos did you bring with you this time? You have all 3. You can reshuffle your decks with all of your cards back together. 6 years has passed, and you are all starting fresh. So who did we first see on the sunny shores of Monaco?
I feel like Hans isn't on shore. Hans has used some context within the agency to place him as working or falsely working for the Adonis as security. So I would absolutely be there. I have the earpiece in with the Adonis's rest of the security team, vest on, bulletproof vest on, and perhaps a pistol for security work. And I am on the boat with him.
All right. So then, in that case, let's get a draw from you to figure out how well you have been inserted into the security detail on board the Adonis. This will be 2 cards from you. I don't think there's any items involved. It doesn't sound like necessarily. Okay, so let's get a 2-card draw from you. I think this is probably going to be 2 cards too. This is definitely somebody who knows what he's doing. He's got a lot of money. This would have been pretty carefully vetted. Oof. Okay.
I have 7 of diamonds and a 4 of clubs.
Either one of those your strong or weak suit?
Clubs is force, and that would be my strong suit.
Okay, so it's a +3.
So that would be 14 altogether. 7 plus 7.
14 altogether. Okay. Okay. At a 19. So, unfortunately, let's see. What does that mean? Okay.
That means the villain is going to tie me to a chair and
It might.
give me a speech on his grand master plan.
Okay. So you have been on the yacht for a number of days. Getting ready for this regatta. Everything seemed fine. Everything seemed in the clear. And one day, you happened to notice a new individual who had shown up to the yacht and who had pulled Alexios to the side and was talking in hushed whispers. And you realized that your cover had been blown. You suspect that it was likely someone who knew you were here. You may have a mole in your agency. So, you were getting ready to escape, to make your grand exit, when all of a sudden you were surrounded by 4 armed security guards on the Adonis here.
These odds.
All right. Let's get one more pull. I think maybe force, probably?
Yes. Oh, 100%.
Okay, excellent. You mentioned the items that you had being body armor, a handgun. I definitely think that you would qualify to have a third card on this. Still going to be drawing 2 cards because this is, oh my goodness gracious. Wow, what are the odds of that shit?
Okay. So do I describe what I'm trying to do first, or do I tell you the card from there?
I would love to hear it.
Hans is just a super fan of spaghetti westerns. And to him, this is showdown at high noon. And I would attempt to fast draw the pistol and take down most, if not all of them before they can try to react. In my mind, yeah, I'm the great slinger. I have drawn a 10 of hearts, a 3 of clubs. That's 4, so I would get +3 on that, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And a 5 of spades, which I don't think
spades is nimble.
Spades is nimble. Yes.
Is that your weak suit, or
nope.
Are you good with that? Okay.
No,
perfect.
cunning is my weak suit.
Cunning is all right. So what did you got? What do you have totaled out?
So that is 21.
21. Excellent, because I had a 20. So that is now 3 of the 10s out of my deck.
I mean,
in 4 cards.
What is a showdown except just the space between a baby hair?
Exactly. Absolutely. All right. So yeah, describe to me how you managed to take down these 4 security guards and get off of this boat.
Yeah, as I'm preparing to go down the back double stairs at the back of the yacht, he has a couple of Sea-Doo watercraft there. But before I can go down the stairs, this is when I'm surrounded. And I hear them all cock their weapons and tell me to halt. And I turn around very slowly. I put on my shades. I smile briefly, and then, like, straight from the hip, just pop, 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 pop. And I down, I don't know how many there are. What, 4 of them? Cool. I don't aim to kill, shot them in arms, legs. They're down. At that point, I rush down the stairs, jump on the Sea-Doo, and try to take off.
Perfect.
Right into the sunset.
There's all of this noise that is part of this regatta. People are playing music loudly. People are shouting everywhere, cheering on their favorite team that is racing these kind of sleek sailboats through the different course, different runs of the course that are in this bay here. But who is it out of the other 4 of you? Who is it that hears these gunshots take place on this yacht that you've been keeping an eye on, and you now see a Sea-Doo speeding away from it? Who do we see with binoculars or what have you that spots this?
It's Agent 119, and it's not binoculars. It's the small kind of speedboat that he's happens to be passing this yacht by as this Sea-Doo shoots off and comes around and kind of cuts in front of him and takes off. And he kind of feels as though this seems familiar. I'm don't know if he actually recognizes Hans, but at least some type of familiarity is here. And he's taken note of seeing what he can notice happened as he passes by, but also keeping his eye on this Sea-Doo that's speeding in front of him and keeping some pace behind, but heading that direction behind the Sea-Doo.
All right. Yeah, you pass by the Adonis, this absolutely absurdly massive show of wealth that kind of just sails its way effortlessly through the waters of this bay. You zip past it in this speedboat. You're fairly certain that you know this person. It's been years since you've seen them, but you're pretty sure that this might be Hans from Liechtenstein. Hans, as you're zipping away on this Sea-Doo, you realize that there is at least one boat, smaller than the yacht, obviously, that now seems to be in pursuit. And you may even also recognize the agent behind the wheel. So as this chase, question mark, begins to unfold, who is the next person that interacts with this unfolding scene, and how?
Hiro is up on the party deck of the yacht, and he has inserted himself as the DJ of the party. And he's used this as an opportunity to tap into the comm system that the guards are using. And his headphones are not playing the music that's blaring through the speakers. He's getting all of the communications from the guards and everything. And so he hears the conversation about someone being an infiltrator, and for just a split second he worries that they've caught him, and then he starts hearing gunshots go off and sees the Sea-Doo right away and says, okay, it wasn't me. And so he starts to, he has his laptop up on the stand and starts trying to figure out what's going on and get some more information. And of course, starts to see all the rest of this unfold at the same time.
Okay, perfect. So I think let's get another draw from you. This sounds like probably magnetism. Again, making sure that you've blended in, that you've inserted yourself on board well enough. Again, it's going to be versus 2 cards from me. Did you, or any of the items that you mentioned, are they being used here? It didn't sound like it necessarily.
Other than my computer for it's obviously it's part of the setup, but it's also my connection to the sound, to the communications.
Okay. So yeah, I'm cool with 3 cards in this situation.
Okay. Okay. This is a really interesting pull.
Uh-oh. Okay.
So I did pull a Joker.
Okay.
But I also pulled a 4 of diamonds and an ace of diamonds, which are both my +3.
Okay. Excellent. So typically speaking, the Joker is going to count as 0 as far as points, but is also going to usually introduce a complication, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find where it details.
Yeah, I think it says like there's some sort of malfunction or.
But because you have an ace, you do have the option of taking that ace out of your deck, not into your discard, but removing it from the
Right.
game to automatically succeed on the draw.
And I have to do that before you tell me what you drew, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm currently looking at 11. Yeah, I think I'm going to pitch the ace.
All right. Ace out. All right. So you
You
managed
get to shuffle these back in, right?
because you had the Joker. Yes.
Joker.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anything that was removed, so the ace that you just pulled, that won't go back in. But everything else that's in your discard pile, including the Joker, will be shuffled back in. Okay. So you are starting to enter this into your laptop, trying to get this information in, trying to figure out maybe a little bit more about what's going on, listening to the communication, the chatter on the radio, and just about the time that you've kind of brought up the software or whatever it is that is going to allow you to kind of do this, here comes Alexios again. This is no kidding, at least the 12th time that he has come to you specifically requesting that you play House of the Rising Sun by the Animals.
Can I interject here?
Absolutely, please.
All right, so we see Slick on the party deck, but he is not Slick. He is under the guise of Fernando Gomez, who comes from a wealthy family of Buenos Aires, and he has established an investment firm that has a wide portfolio of different technologies, real estate, but he's had a keen eye on the fishing industry. Thus, he's made his way here onto Alexios' yacht to interact with him as a potential business partner. And it's at this time, as Alexios is making his way over to the DJ table, Slick recognizes the DJ and intercepts Alexios as he basically just steps in front of him and holds out his hand to shake his hand and introduce himself. Unbeknownst to Alexios, is his hand is there's like a polymer that's on his hand. So if Alexios shakes his hand, he will get his handprint on his own hand.
Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, real super spy here.
Okay. So, Domingo is now kind of stepping forward to intercept Alexios, and as Alexios was headed to the DJ's booth, he is kind of caught unaware and turns around to see one of his guests approaching, and is going to leave Hiro alone for the moment. So, Hiro, you succeeded on your draw. So, you are aware of the unfolding situation. Okay. So, thank you, Josh, for the correction. So, everybody help me remember that. So I'm having to change how I'm thinking about it midstream. Hiro, you have succeeded on your draw. Okay, so you don't have to play House of the Rising Sun by the Animals yet again, at least for the time being. And you also... Okay, you are able to keep up with the comms and the chatter about the situation that is unfolding. But in addition, you had been running some kind of search in the background or something. And you end up finding out an interesting piece of information. Apparently, Alexios recently on his network was researching Vodun spirits. I'm going to put that in our chat here. So you have that little piece. Domingo, you have intercepted Alexios. He has turned around to fully greet you, employing all of his schmooze and charm, thinking you to be an incredibly wealthy and connected individual who is a hopeful future business partner. How are you enjoying yourself on my boat? Yes, she is lovely, is she not?
It is a lovely boat, yes. I see that you are profiting very well then.
You know, some years are better than others, but it did set me back quite a lot of money. But it sounds like perhaps if we are to do business together, that it will be a small drop in the bucket. Hmm?
Yes, I do look forward to our recent acquisition and merger of our proposition that we put out before you. Please. And I hold out my hand to shake his.
Of course. He reaches out and kind of shakes your hand and even grabs, like, with his second hand on the back of your hand to kind of give it a real firm handshake. You know, the incredibly expensive watch, you know, kind of comes out from underneath his you know, silk shirt as he shakes your hand. You can notice a few of these kind of strange beads on a bracelet on his other wrist. Several of them look like maybe skulls. It's kind of hard to tell. You don't see it for very long. But he smiles at you with these, you know, impeccably white teeth. Have you had a drink? You look thirsty.
Yes, I do feel a bit thirsty.
Come. I will take you to see my private stash.
Oh, very nice.
As the two of them peel away, and we cut back, maybe, perhaps, to the chase that is now kind of unfolding in the bay. Who do we see that we haven't seen yet?
I haven't been noticed by anyone else, it seems, yet, but I've noticed all of them, except perhaps the initial chase. As I am here presently dating his cousin, after he met me at a gallery where I was hosting. I've been here a little while, actually, slipping into a deeper cover state. So here's a guess as a date for the boat. So there's been, you know, a few nooks and crannies perhaps that I've gotten to see that wouldn't be available to all the mainstream guests, but of course the cousin really wants to impress and take me on the tour. So but yes, I was on the deck when both the agents that I recognized from our previous encounters, the DJ and the business associate, have now made their themselves known to me, at least.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe we have another magnetism draw.
Am I allowed to do 2 in a row?
Yeah, because this is the first draw that you've done for this mission.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this is going to be +2. Is magnetism your strong suit?
Yes.
Okay, so apparently the way that we have been doing it is incorrect. So what it means doing a magnetism draw, whenever magnetism is your strong suit, is you get a base +3 to the draw. Then if you draw your suit as a part of this, that's a +2 per card.
Sure.
In addition to. Okay? So you'll draw 2. I'm also going to draw 2 because of the security situation on the boat. Okay. Oof. All right.
So my total is 12.
12. Okay. That's with all the bonuses and everything worked in.
Yes, I got just two cards to draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got another 9 and another
Oh
ace,
my gosh.
which is another 19.
19.
So that's a loss by 5 or more. So you're going to have to pull 2 cards off of your deck, and those are going to go into your loss. You're removed, but you have to check them to make sure that they're not aces or jokers first.
They're not, but they're still high cards, and I'm very sad.
Oh no. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So you have been faking this whirlwind romance here in Monaco with Alexios's cousin. He's brought you on board the yacht. He has started to give you the grand tour. But that's when Alexios's cousin's wife shows up. And it becomes a very loud, very uncomfortable scene very quickly. And she starts asking a lot of questions about who you are and what you're doing here.
Right. I'm going to get quite irate back. He told me that he was so the goal here is to create the common bond of the other slighted woman. I'm also furious. I would like to leave now, so I have no interest in a married man. He brought me here under completely false pretenses. So let's see. I'm going to try to for magnetism again. That's the tricky thing. I can't just keep leaning into my strength.
Okay. You could go with force, maybe, and trying to force your way past, the situation. Or
it's true. I was also trying to think of maybe cunning. Just try to stay on top of things, sort of outplay. But it would be a matter of finding my opening, hitting the crowd and finding my opening of the perfect excuse to get myself out of the situation and off the ship.
Magnetism is your strong suit, right?
Yes.
Because you also have special abilities that you can draw on as well.
Okay.
Each one of you has 3 according to whatever strong suit you chose. Yours are: you could convince a minor enemy to do you a crucial favor, even if it is against their nature or direct orders. Or your disguise or inside contact is incredibly effective, giving you a powerful benefit at a pivotal moment. Or you are able to instantly and believably blend into a group of people. Those are all options that you also have at your disposal if you'd like. They will cost you an ace. You basically have to go through your deck and remove an ace.
I like the enemy ones. She's a minor enemy. Just convince her that I have no interest in this situation and I just want to go, and she can have, instead of it being awkward with me here, she can rip into her husband on her own and have me out of the picture. It's as easy as that.
Excellent. Yeah, I think that makes beautiful sense.
All right.
So you even position yourself, beside her so that both of you are facing him, isolating him and doubling the heat that he's now under. And hopefully the enemy of my enemy, is my friend kind of situation.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect.
Under the bus.
So you'll go through your deck, remove an ace.
Okay.
It won't go into your discard. It'll go into your removed pile. And this minor enemy helps get you out of this situation. She, just absolutely tears into this guy. She's pushing on his chest and slapping him across the face multiple times, and then she turns and storms off in a huff, arm in arm with you, and gets back onto the small boat that she arrived in, and as she is pulling away, she reaches into her purse and she pulls out a wallet that happens to belong to the cousin. It was actually a gift from Alexios, and it is made out of alligator skin. When she pulls it out of her jacket, or out of her purse, you can see that it is marked with what looks like a logo that you had not noticed before. And the logo says the word Baptiste on it.
What does she look like she's about to do with this wallet? Or is...
She starts pulling everything out of it. All of the cards, all the cash. Looks like she's probably getting ready to toss it overboard.
How much would you like to get revenge? Because
she kind of raises her eyebrow.
Well, I'm presently one of my showings coming up is about shame and humiliation in everyday life, and I was wondering. Sorry, this is my cover voice.
Yeah, go for it.
I think this would make a nice addition to one of the installation pieces. It would get destroyed, of course, just become part of an art exhibition, but it might cause more pain that way than just being in the bottom of the ocean.
Fine, you can have it. And she kind of like tosses the wallet to you.
Excellent. I'm gonna, while she's sort of sorting through his stuff, if there's anything I can just on easily.
Anything you can want?
I don't know. Also, like a credit card or whatever. What's she doing with this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
It's just all over the bottom of the boat. I don't know how much she's going to notice if my foot ends up on one of them.
She's keeping the money. She was going to throw the wallet overboard. The money.
No, I know. She's got all the cards things. I was curious what she was doing with like all his important cards, just throwing them out.
Being torn apart, absolutely.
Nice. I'll make as if I'm helping to just throw stuff overboard and tear stuff apart.
Okay.
But if there's anything that I can just slip in a sleeve easily, why not? A little extra.
Okay. Yeah, there's there's a small piece of paper that's folded that falls out that she doesn't notice right away.
All right, I'll slip it in my sleeve. Check on that later.
All right, perfect. So, we cut back to another boat in pursuit of a jet ski. How is that situation unfolding?
Would there be any kind of like a chase mechanic on this, or like
probably an opposed draw? I would imagine.
Yeah, because I don't think it would take long for me to look over my shoulder and see the boat is in pursuit. So I would definitely want to try to get away, because I don't know if he works for I'm dropping the guy's name now.
Alexios. Mm-hmm.
Alexios. I don't know if he works for him or not. I don't know who this is. Maybe kind of look familiar, but I see a lot of people in my line of work. So, definitely want to try to get away.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
so that is going to be a nimble draw.
Okay.
What were you going to say?
I was gonna say, since it was like open water, that I couldn't think of anything but cunning. But if nimble is the way we want to go, then I will do that.
Yeah, I think nimble is typically how vehicle stuff is handled in the system.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
So,
Okay.
I won't be drawing anything, but you're going to make a nimble draw. This will be 2. And it'll be against Jack's nimble as well. Also with 2 cards. Is nimble either one of y'all's strong suits?
No.
No, but I do have driver, which means I get a +3 while driving any vehicle.
Okay. All right, so you'll add +3 to your draw, Nathan.
I got an ace. That just counts as 1 for me, correct?
Correct. Unless you sacrifice it. And then it will, Josh was saying, add a
I
positive
think it means
twist.
an instant success, right?
It's a 1, but it adds a positive twist to the draw unless you want to sacrifice it, which removes it from the game and makes it an automatic success instead.
I won't sacrifice it this time.
Okay. So it'll just be a +1, but it adds a bonus to your outcome.
Okay, so that is a 9 total.
Okay. Jason, what you got?
I have 7 of clubs and a joker.
Ooh, okay. So the joker's is 0, and adds a negative impact to the draw. 7 total. Okay, so I think he catches you, which makes sense. You know, the engine on a boat is bigger than a jet skis. So what is your intention when you catch up to him, Agent 119?
I was basically just kind of following him to find out what was happening. So I imagine whatever negative outcome happens, basically Agent 119 is kind of there to pick you up. You know, if the jet ski is out of gas, if something happens and it breaks down, if you know you hit a wave or something and fly off of it, like he's just there, you know, kind of with a handout or whatever to help you.
I really like the idea that I'm trying to get away and this damn thing runs completely out of freaking gas and I am sitting there.
Perfect.
Head
Yeah,
down.
this regatta race, it's also kind of like going on all around you. So people are like having to like correct course. Like now that you've like stalled in the middle of this like this bay, they're all screaming at you in, you know, different languages and
now I'm on some Italian TV channel somewhere. It's like
undoubtedly
idiot interrupts the regatta.
Probably mislabeling you as an American.
Oh, how dare they?
Because, you know, let's face it, most people don't know where Liechtenstein is. And they certainly wouldn't know that that's where you're from.
It's a beautiful country.
Perfect. Okay. So, yeah, you're kind of sitting there and the speedboat that was in pursuit kind of circles back around and kind of comes up and pulls up beside you, and you see Agent 119 extending a hand.
And like I said, I'm sitting there, just head down, like just unbelievably frustrated about how poorly these operations keep going for me. And without looking up, I'm like, I do not know who you work for, but if you are here to kill me, just get it over with.
Hans, if you don't get in the boat, you're liable to either be killed by another boat or be on the news so much that everybody will know your face. Let's get you out of here.
And I recognize that. It's like from Siberia. And I grin and I get on the boat Let's try not to make any more of a spectacle.
Agent 119 gives you just this big bearded smile and just guns this speedboat like pass through all of this race that's happening. Not hitting anybody or harming the race, but just getting out of there and whipping it around and starting to head back the other direction, kind of hoping to lose some of these cameras and these news feeds that were on you in the madness of this race.
All right. We kind of watch this speedboat kind of get out of the kind of buoyed or marked lanes, kind of where this regatta is supposed to be taking place. Just about the time that the the Monaco Coast Guard or the regulatory force of this race is kind of like coming out in their little boats trying to intervene with all of this madness, and you're kind of jumping wakes, getting away very, very quickly, putting distance between you and them. We cut back on board the yacht. What is Hiro currently up to?
Upon seeing the strange information that Alexios has been searching through his databases, and Hiro starts looking into it himself to see what it is, what he can do is it important, and once he finds out what it is, he's very like, this is ridiculous. What is going on, and then he starts to think about, okay, well, let's at least let some people know. And I think at this point he's at least started to piece together he's not alone here. Like, there's at least someone else here that's possibly working on, towards the same goal as him. And so he flips over to his DJ system and he starts playing Black Magic Woman by Santana. And just as a possible cue to anyone that, like, hey, there's something weird going on, and as he starts to sort of figure out what else he could do to maybe neutralize this possible issue.
Fantastic. So as this Black Magic Woman kind of starts to belt out, we cut inside, where we find a disguised Domingo sipping some kind of rare, expensive looking beverage from, like crystal glasses. Alexios kind of pulls it back. Oh, I love this song. He starts to kind of like do that European guy that can't dance kind of dance. He's just kind of like rotating his arms around, and you like American music?
I do, but only from the 80s.
Yeah. That's when the computer started to ruin everything. The synthesizers and noises. Yeah, the instruments. That's what I love. At least it's rock and roll. This is the good stuff.
It is. I noticed that is an interesting band, the bracelet you have there.
Ooh. Yes. A gift. A gift from another recent friend.
And where is that from?
Well, you know, I'm not really sure, to tell you the truth. He gave me another gift. He kind of hops up out of the lounge chair that he's kind of seated in with you, kind of moves across to like a small desk area, pulls up a small item and tosses it at you. Small, maybe an inch or so. Looks like it's gold.
Is this gold?
It is 24 karat. As you catch it, you realize that it's a small baby, like a figurine made of gold.
Oh, look, it's in the shape of a little niño. What is that for?
That is a favor. It's some kind of traditional thing. It's something my friend insisted that I had. I found it in a cake.
Well, it is exquisite craftsmanship.
Okay. The conversation will continue on pleasantries and otherwise. After a while, it becomes clear that each one of you has gathered enough information, as much information as you're going to gather.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, you know that the trail is leading elsewhere.
Okay.
So, what I would like is for the 5 of you to discuss the clues that you think you have found and where it might lead you next.
I really think the only thing I got out of this botched attempt at an operation was that there is someone on the inside who was a double agent. Yeah, I think that would be at the forefront of Hans's mind. I just don't know what I'm going to do about it yet.
And I got Hans out of this operation, so I'd probably be discussing. Well, if Hans opened up about kind of thinking there might be a double agent, I'd probably be discussing that with Hans, trying to maybe figure out if this is a double agent just in like his agency, or if this is something that could connect like multiple agencies. If there could be some type of mole or informant that's either a network or that has connections in a lot of different agencies.
I have this little piece of paper that I'm going to read as soon as I am away from the wife.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we see at some point, it's pulled up on the dock and, you have managed to part ways. At some point, maybe even you notice Agent 119 and Hans in another boat, not far from where you've docked. But the piece of paper, as you open it and unfold it, you see that it has the name St. Louis, and then it has Inas Dio Tria written as well, and each one has been checked next to.
3 separate words.
Mm-hmm. It's got St. Louis written on it, or St. Louis, I guess is technically how you would say it. And then it has, putting it in our chat here, Inas Dio and Tria, all written with check marks next to each of them.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Interesting. Or something else, perhaps. Okay, I'm yeah, and then Baptiste on the wallet as well, which I now have in my possession. So I think
Are you sharing this information?
I'm gonna see what information my other agents have first. I like to give and take.
Yeah, absolutely. Play it safe. Sounds good.
Well, good for that, a little
Exactly.
exchange.
Domingo, I think another piece of gear that he would have had is he would have had one of those like camera lenses, so one of those like eye lenses that just would have been recording everything that he was seeing. And of course, when he was interacting with Alexos and the baby and the beads or whatever, his agency would be just doing research. And I think the research would come back with where those beads and the Voodoo spirits, as well as the baby and the cake. He might be booking a plane to New Orleans.
And I think that Hiro had started to sort of come to the same conclusions, especially since he was also probably listening in on Alexios and Domingo's conversation, and sort of hearing the other sort of buzzwords and and doing more research. He would probably come to a very similar conclusion that we're heading to the bayou. So.
Is this information shared with the other three? Where do you run into each other in Monaco before you depart? And is it shared?
I would think that I think as far as those that were on the yacht, I think at some point we would have made contact. We would have recognized each other. Aside from that, I'm not sure on the other two agents unless they met us on shore after the fact.
I imagine that. At some point, Agent 119 and Hans would have come back to shore. Like wouldn't be out on the boat constantly, whether it be for fuel or whatever. But I imagine we probably would have come back and mingled a bit in some of these parties. Possibly after getting Hans a change or something, so that he doesn't stand out quite as much as what the guards may have seen him wearing and things like that. That's completely up to him, but Agent 119 would suggest something like that. But definitely taking part in some of these festivities, because I would need more information as well to go on before anything else. So Agent 119 is definitely like pushing closer to the yacht at some point during the day.
Well, I'm thinking if you were going to be hitting up some of the parties, and I did meet you on shore, well, that would be where I would be of use. So certainly it would make sense for the three of us to hang around at that point in time, and a little exchanging of information to happen. What's going to trigger my sharing probably is the concern about an additional agent. So,
and with Hans having been on board the yacht for a few days, at least, you probably would have recognized the DJ as well.
100%.
In fact, we might have even like it maybe not had a conversation, but at least exchanged like looks and like I understand what you're doing.
I really want to try to play to the I don't want to say paranoia, but the carefulness of each individual here, talking about if my agency has been compromised, then who knows how deep this goes? Who knows? Maybe this has something to do with the Red Hat. But I implore that maybe we don't necessarily share what we have with our respective agencies yet. Perhaps we should work together, individually or as a group, separate from the agencies, and see where this can lead us, and see if we get better answers and less betrayal. And if I'm betrayed again, it's one of you.
Okay, perfect.
I think at least Agent 119 would side with you on that. He'd be willing to kind of throw in with you. I mean, he'd have to give some information that he got to the agency to make sure that he could get what he needed to get where he needed to go, but probably keep, especially with the idea of a mole having other connections, he would definitely keep some of it to himself, just enough to get where he needed to get next.
Okay, so maybe then if Domingo and Hiro have kind of not necessarily met back up with you, and they're planning on making, you know, their trips to New Orleans, maybe you relay the information that Hiro was on board the yacht and is somehow involved, and your agency gets a communique to you letting you know that Hiro has booked a flight to New Orleans under, you know, an alias of something that they know of his or whatnot, and that is maybe even with the information from Mooney, maybe that is enough to tip off the other three of you that maybe you're headed the same direction. Does that work for everybody?
Works for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Wunderbar. All right. We are going to take our break now. So, 10-minute break. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. Don't turn your cameras off. You're more than welcome to cover them. Just don't turn them off. Yeah, this is a blast so far. I hope that the rest of the game ends up going just as well, if not better, than what we have already managed to get through already this evening. Sit tight. We will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second part of our one-shot this evening. We are playing a game called Aces Out. It is currently being playtested. You can find the link to the current iteration of the rules in the description of the video down below, as well as a link to check out strengthmod.com. That is Josh's website, the sponsor and creator of this system. We are playing Tom Clancy's Carmen Sandiego. So far, we have found trouble in Siberia, and now a breadcrumb trail 6 years later has begun in Monaco. And it seems as though it is leading us to New Orleans. So, we rejoin, it sounds like, two groups of you, more or less. Two of you, Domingo and Hiro, did you travel together or did you travel separately?
I think we probably traveled separately for security purposes. You know, we knew we were going to meet up when we got there, but we didn't want to travel together.
Okay, perfect. So both of you make the not insignificant flight back across the pond, or at least back across the pond for Domingo, to the Western Hemisphere. Landing in New Orleans, having to go through customs is always somewhat nerve-wracking, but your agencies prepare the right paperwork for you. You have no problems getting through the airport security and into New Orleans. You find the strange juxtaposition, whether you've been to New Orleans or not before, the strange juxtaposition of the old part of New Orleans and the very new modern part, butted right up against each other, sometimes even displayed in the same city block. People and tourists everywhere. The heat and the humidity are certainly present and strong. What about the other three of you? How do we find you arriving in New Orleans? Also separately, or have you come together?
I'm okay traveling separately together, but I'll leave that up to the other two.
You're muted, Petra.
I'm figuring that Mooney would have been willing to travel together, but obviously not obviously so. So, maybe like overlapping a flight. It's but sitting, far from each other. It's not a bad idea to watch each other's back, I think, now that we've got reason to be concerned that maybe there's something out there trying to compromise our missions.
Yeah, Hans, I think would travel maybe a day or so ahead and utilize, tap into some resources, maybe some contacts on the state side, and set up like a semi-safe room. Maybe we can meet up in New Orleans at the designated spot. Maybe a hotel, French Quarter.
Okay.
Easy.
Hans, you are at one point, let's say after you landed here in the States, you are making your way through the airport when you spot a face that's hard to forget. You've run across this woman before. Her name, you only know the code name that she goes by, which is Geistersight, or Ghost Sight. She seems to just be enjoying a cigarette and a drink at the airport bar. But you know that she has worked with the agency out of Liechtenstein before as an agent.
She's at an airport bar.
Yep,
Cool.
where you've landed.
How crowded is the bar? Like, is there a lot of noise going on? Can we?
I mean, decent enough. Yeah.
Okay. So, I guess I would deem it semi-safe to hold a conversation without it carrying too far. So, Hans would approach the bar, order a whiskey, and ask her for a smoke.
She kind of pivots in her bar stool well enough so that, you know, the left eye that she has that still has sight in it can kind of fully look at you. But of course, she kind of hits the pack of cigarettes on the bar, kind of causing one to pop up, grabs it and hands it to you.
And
she then offers a light.
Does she light it for me, or do I just offer me to light her?
She'll ignite the flame and hold it out for you.
Okay. I lean forward, light the cigarette, looking dead at her. As I take a long drag. I assume they didn't send you to kill me, or I wouldn't see you this soon.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, of course not.
You know, it's strange. You did not report in. What are you doing in New Orleans?
You know, it's strange that on assignment, not too many people know who or where I was. A handful, maybe, within the agency. The question is, who's bought?
It is always a shame whenever your boat springs a leak.
Indeed. But I've got it handled. I'll get to the bottom of this. I have untapped resources.
If you are looking for the red hat, you should speak with the man who owns the Gator Farm.
Owns the what?
The Gator Farm. The Baptiste Gator Farm.
East Gator Farm.
I must catch my flight. She kind of stuffs out her cigarette in the ashtray, grabs the small shot glass that she's been kind of nursing, tosses it back, grabs her coat, and throws it over her shoulders.
I kind of toast her departure and lean forward on the bar, contemplating the Gator Farm. Now, why does she think I'm after Red Hat here? Like,
Great question.
Excellent. Yeah, I ponder on that, I guess, as the scene would fade out.
Yeah, absolutely. So in a day or two, separately, but together, Jack and Mooney arrive on their flight. Is Hans at the airport to pick them up? Or do they have their own transport? Nope. He's at the hotel?
Yeah, the safe room would be agreed to.
Mm-hmm.
Getting there is entirely their own.
Okay, excellent. So out of the three agencies then, who is it? Whose safe house is this location? Who does it belong to?
I would assume Hans, some connection of Hans, since he's setting it up.
Yeah, this would this would be set up by contacts within the U.S. government.
Okay, so maybe it's a contact that you have here stateside that isn't necessarily directly in the loop of Liechtenstein's intelligence network.
Despite Ghost Sight, I am attempting to deliberately not use my government's agency resources for anything, because I don't trust anything at the moment.
Perfect. Okay. So yeah, you have a contact that, from before, something, that has transpired before, a previous relationship with some kind of agent here who considers you an asset as well, so is kind of willing to lend you this favor on a temporary basis.
The CIA, man, they've got joint ops all over the place.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, one of the things that really kind of helped inspire the desire to want to do this particular game is the Jack Ryan series on Amazon Prime, which is fantastic. And there's that kind of stuff constantly. It's we ran an op back, last 3 years ago or whatever, and you had my back, so now I'm going to do this thing. I don't have to ask for permission from my government. I'm just going to do this favor for you, and we'll call it even. So it makes perfect sense. Okay. So Mooney and Jack, you'll be able to find the safe house soon enough. And the three of you will be rejoined. Hiro and Domingo, what are the two of you doing now that both of you are here on terra firma in New Orleans?
Who are we meeting? Is that what you were saying?
No, what are you up to? What are you doing?
Oh, what are we up to?
Mm-hmm.
Aside from getting in, did we have any intel that Red Hat was spotted here?
So you know that Alexios had been photographed with Red Hat,
right?
And you know that somehow that there is someone here who is a friend, a contact of Alexios's.
Okay. Oh, can I use? Can I use one of my magnetism powers? Can I have an inside contact?
Ooh, sure.
That would give us some information as to.
Absolutely. Let's look at and see what the special abilities are for magnetism. They might have been the same ones that I read earlier for.
Yeah, you can convince a minor enemy to do you a crucial favor. You can Your disguise or inside contact is incredibly effective, giving you a powerful benefit at a pivotal moment where you're able to instantly and believably blend into a group of people.
So that second one could potentially work in this situation. An inside contact is incredibly effective.
Okay.
You could have, again, Hans, you could have a contact here stateside, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, are you going to the meet with this contact on your own, or is Hiro going with you?
I'll take Hiro with me.
Okay. Hiro, are you going to be present, or are you going to observe from afar?
Hiro is not the people person. He is not the talker. So I think he would definitely be set up maybe a block away or something,
Mm-hmm.
in a van or something with his comm setup where he can listen into the conversation and feed Domingo information, as needed, sort of keeping an eye on everything and keeping him informed. Hey, if anyone's around, anyone's watching, that kind of stuff.
Okay, perfect. So I envision that this meet takes place at like the St. Louis Cemetery #1, like the biggest cemetery in New Orleans, with all of the above ground mausoleums and graves. There's a lot of tours that come in and out of there, so there's plenty of camouflage, if you will. And there's a specific name that of a headstone that you were supposed to meet at, Domingo. You come around the corner, and you see an agent from your organization, known as what did I do? Oh, there it is. El Libertino. His real name is Mateo Molina. You know that he is an agent that works for the same agency as you, and he is standing nearby talking to like a small group of young women who look like they're probably here on maybe a bachelorette party.
Yeah, I will start to approach, and I will just say, "Hello, friend. It's been a long time since I've seen you."
Ah, yes. How are you? Excuse me, he says to the women, and kind of excuses himself.
I've been better, but I'm hoping that our meeting will be good exchange.
Of course. This is your first time in New Orleans?
Yes.
There are many places to see as a tourist. He kind of says loud enough that the women, can overhear that part of your conversation as you continue to kind of walk away. Hiro, you've put, a microphone or something on Domingo, so you're having no problem hearing all of this. Maybe you even have one of those badass long range sound amplifying radar things that you have discreetly kind of pointed in that direction. He says, there's a lot to see and do here in New Orleans. What are you looking for? Perhaps I can help you find entertainment.
Perhaps. Is there any recommendations that you would have?
Well, if you are in fact looking for a new hat, I have heard that there is a gator farm south of the city that has an interesting selection.
Perhaps I will see this skater farm. I have been in the market for a new hat.
That is what I had heard.
I also heard there may be others who may be interested in this type of place.
Yes, we have heard that as well. And we have heard that our friends from the land of the rising sun, he kind of like looks straight in Hiro's direction as he like puts his sunglasses on, may also be interested, but perhaps you already know that. It seems as though there may be a few others. There's a maple leaf farmer who has joined the hunt for a new hat, as well as I don't know what the fuck Liechtenstein. As well as he uses
Ricola.
a code word. Ricola? I don't think that is.
Ricola.
Lederhosen. I cannot say that with a Spanish accent or an Argentinian accent. That's
I get you, no worries.
as well as this is awful. A shamrock. I'm sorry.
Yes, I think I'm aware of such interesting parties. It's how do I say pardon. There may be some parties that I'm not aware of that are crowding the party, so to speak. Crasher. Yes, party crashers.
Oh, I see. Well, this is not something that I have caught wind of, but it is certainly something that we will look into, and we will let you know if there are any others who are planning on crashing your party. We wouldn't want uninvited guests.
Yes. Well, I think I'll take up your suggestion and take a look at this gator farm.
Of course, and don't forget to eat at one of the many, many fabulous places.
Until next time, my friend.
Of course. He turns around, ladies, and he kind of like approaches the group of women that he had walked away from earlier to renew his conversation with them.
I think at this point, Hiro would, key into Domingo's calm and like just relay more specific details about what he was saying. The whole conversation, he was, looking things up and cross-referencing and so he would send him. Let him know the information about the farm and all that information.
Okay. So what I'm interested in is jumping forward to the point when the five of you cross paths again. So up to you, and we can discover it one piece at a time. But what I would like to go through, to portray, is that moment. What does that look like? When is it that the five of you reconvene?
In the parking lot, we have the Spider-Man moment where we're all like pointing at each other.
Perfect. Sweet and succinct. I love it.
So we're staying in a hotel for this safe room, right? Could it be possible that we are all in the same hotel? Whether it's meant to be that way, it was intended to be that way, or if it's just meant to be that way.
How about, even better, in New Orleans, there's hotels that face one another, and the streets in some places are not very wide, and they have these gorgeous balconies like outside of the rooms. So I think you guys have literally like been booked in safe house rooms that are like across from one another, like your balconies 6-7 feet apart.
You can almost slap somebody from across the way.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I like that idea better. I was thinking the three of us could probably pretty easily figure out where the other two ended up. Just ambush them at a bar or something. Contacts. That's great. Just like get their attention with a paper airplane thrown across the gap. Little message on it saying "Tag, you're it."
Little red hat drawn on it.
That's right.
That's nice. Oh,
Yeah, I actually like that a lot. Like a paper airplane flies across the bar and lands in Slick's drink. And he looks up. There the three of us are.
I find it no coincidence that the three of you are also here.
What do you think?
We
We're
were
spying on
all-
you or something?
I take it you're also in the market for a particular hat.
What do you know about it?
Just that perhaps there is a unique one at the nearby gator farm. Say one we haven't seen in about 6 years.
Red always was my favorite color.
Question, Jeremy.
Yes.
Is the wallet made of gator skin out of
It
chips?
is, as a matter of fact.
Now seems like a great reveal moment. I'll just put it out on the table. Like, this gator farm?
This wallet again says Baptiste on it.
Yes.
That is the one. But every time I feel that we are a step ahead, I find out we are only 2 steps behind.
Our previous connections were also interested in hats from this gator farm. Sounds like an excellent tourist attraction to check out.
Who knows you're here?
The normal channels, of course.
I don't suppose you've kept it very quiet.
There's a lot of chatter. Aside from knowing that we're here, our movements could be made. I look over at Spart. Our movements could be cloaked if needed.
I'll kind of glance over to Hans and just say, I think the quieter the better right now.
When shopping for hats, perhaps it is better to not seek the opinions of so many people. But I lean in. Let's cut the bullshit, huh? We all want the red hat. There are forces that have thwarted my efforts. I suspect thwarted yours as well. Would it not be better to cut the chatter out and see what we can do together? with resources that we have available to us in the here and now.
Moody's got a feel for people. So this seems like a good moment to either put it all on the table, but I just want to get I want to get a legitimate concept for how she looks at these 4 other agents and what the sense of their intentions and how much I can trust them comes across.
Okay. Is this her instincts and experience alone? Or is she tapping into resources of her agency for information?
Tend to make a lot of the context for my agency. I think my people skills are one of the assets that I bring to the agency, in fact. So I could have been doing research on these agents, and inevitably, I probably would have done an initial check after the first meeting we had, just because we had all been on the same.
Sure. Probably
So,
even after Siberia.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. But I'm not, whatever I found out then, and my sense of them now, because the mission that we're talking about isn't anything necessarily directly for my agency. This is, checking out to see whether or not we are able to trust our own employment, or whether we're better off playing it careful from all angles. So I think it's mostly her instincts at the moment.
Okay.
She's basing that off of.
Perfect. Okay. So, this might be a cunning pull, actually.
Right.
So I think it's going to be 2. Is cunning either your strong or your weak?
No.
No? Okay. So there won't be an inherent adjustment to the pull. Do 1. I think 2. Just because we are talking about secret agent information here. Okay, so yeah, it'll be a 2 draw, 2 versus 2 draw.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said okay.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you got and then a number, but it sounded.
Oh,
like
I got a 14. Now,
14.
Do I get to, if one of those is my strength, do I get to, or no? Only if I'm
Yes.
pulling from.
Yeah, if one of the
Okay.
individual cards is your strong suit or your weak suit, you'll apply a +2 or a -2, respectively.
Okay, so it's a 15 then. Oh, sorry, a 16.
16. Okay. All right. So that definitely beats my 12.
Excellent.
So yeah, it's the kind of thing where there's a lot of redacted information, a lot of partial pieces of information that your agency or that you have managed to collect through the last 6 years or something. You've put together a dossier on each one of these individuals. I'm going to let them answer how trustworthy they come across as far as their past, the past 6 years at least.
Well, I think Hans comes across as, you can trust that he's blunt. Not very good at hiding what's going on behind the face. So maybe you can trust that I'm just too easy to read. not very good at this secret agent thing.
You probably see a lot of trouble in Agent 119's past. Completed missions, but with complications. It's definitely someone who should still be here, but has found a way out of some of these tough situations. It's definitely someone that can be relied on to get out of something that's gone south.
Mooney probably wouldn't have too much to go on when it came to Hiro, being that he lives mostly on, he deals mostly with the technology and the digital world. He knows how to keep his slate fairly clean, regardless of which direction things go. And he's not much of a talker. So her interactions with him would be minimal, in the sense that like there wouldn't be a whole lot of direct interaction. But going mostly off of what they have seen, he does good work. And whether that's, how they want to take that or not, that's what they notice about Hiro.
So Domingo, he's got a pretty good track record. But overall, I mean, the information that would come back is that he is he's good at what he does, which is infiltration. So he's good with blending in. He's good at disguises. He's good at, he's definitely what interaction you've had with him. He can be hard to read in the sense of he knows how to adjust his body language so that you can't read what's behind there. But so far, he hasn't shown any actions to show that he's trying to hinder the mission. But as far as just looking into his past, he's very good at what he does, which is lying.
Literally the A team we have right here. We have every single member. This is gorgeous.
Love it when a plan comes together.
Absolutely. And I think that's exactly what Mooney's thinking right now. She's like, she trusts dedicated agents, because if you are good at what you do, then, and you're focused, then it's unlikely that you're pulling a lot of side strings. So I think the general feel is that I'm willing to share, and I'll let them know. I'll let everybody know now that I have information, and I'm willing to collaborate fully, I think, to resolve our group concerns.
All right. So it sounds like we're getting to the point where everybody's on the same page. And we may even be ready to head to the Baptiste Gator Farm. Excellent. Okay.
Go down and talk to the gators.
All right. So we hard cut to the swamps of Louisiana. And we find ourselves in what looks like, by any rights, is a building that should no longer be standing on its own. This is absolutely a tourist trap. It's got a gift shop in the front that, may or may not have been a double wide trailer at some point. It's kind of, held together with the rest of the building with corrugated tin. And we cut inside to see an open pit in the middle of this large room at feeding time. There's a carcass of a cow that is hung from the ceiling from hooks and chains and is dangled over this pit as a half a dozen or more alligators leap out of the water to get a hold of this animal and feed, the water just churning beneath them. All around the room is signs of business, but this is definitely not a well-oiled machine. This is not the visage of industry. This is people getting shit done in whatever direct manner they have to. We even see an individual who's brought out shortly after the alligators are done feeding on this cow carcass. He's trussed up. He's been worked over. And he's pleading. No, please, I've told you everything I know. Please. And we see an individual step from the shadows. An incredibly well-dressed man who looks unimpressed. He looks at this man pleading with these piercing blue-green eyes. And he shakes his head. If you have told me everything you know, then you are no longer of any use to me. So, I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye. The man that is tied up continues to plead and scream as they move him closer to the pit that begins to froth with activity once more. We pan cut away to the wall just as, one of these other individuals working in this shack brings a large cleaver down on, the tail of a smaller alligator, processing it for making wallets, perhaps. We cut immediately out to the swamp outside where we see a wallet wrapped in alligator skin. As we rejoin the 5 of you making your approach to the gator farm. What do we find? How are the 5 of you making your approach to this location?
Quietly.
I was gonna say, is this the part where the black van pulls up and then just the side door slides open as we're all just like slowly walking out towards it?
I guess we need to decide if we're going in quiet or if we're just kind of like observing right now, if we're just showing up as quote unquote tourists in the beginning.
Yeah, I would say probably tourist.
This doesn't feel like a tourist attraction anymore.
Actually, we could use the bus or the van / bus as a, we could have taken a tour bus.
That's right. Confused tourists. We heard there was a gator farm we came to see.
Yeah, again, there is a gift shop.
Yeah.
There's probably even, a separate little pool area that has like, the bleachers that are kind of built around it for showing people wrestling exhibitions and things like that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it sounds like you're showing up with a group of tourists then.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Plan.
Sounds like good enough cover.
Hans has got the shorts on. All I got was this stupid T-shirt, the freaking golf hat.
I heart Nola.
Yes.
It's got like 17 bead necklaces on of plastic.
Oh, goodness.
We don't talk about the beats.
That's about how we got them. That's the interesting story.
So hard.
Perfect. Okay. So you step off the bus. There's a show every hour on the hour at the Baptiste, alligator farm. So, it's going to be another 15, 20 minutes before the next show. So you're able to kind of wander around the gift shop. Don't go back there. That's, where they're fed and, the butchering happens. So you don't want to see all of that. But you're allowed to kind of walk around and check the place out, at least to some extent.
I really want to ham up the European tourist. Like, I'm just enamored with this Southern American culture. I got the camera, and
Perfect.
I actually want to do that. Is there something I can do to, I guess maybe cunning, to make a draw where like I want to take like pictures that are
okay,
more candid than
I see what you mean. Yeah. Frame certain things up, maybe gain some little reconnaissance. Excellent. Yeah, I definitely think that would fit under cunning.
okay, it's my weakest fucking suit, but
Okay. Well, let's
Do I
see.
support? I can lean in on that.
Yeah,
I can totally lean in on that.
You can, be the one he's taking pictures of a lot of the time.
That's
even.
Honey, get me in front of this thing.
Perfect. There is even a rule for working together. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Special situations, combined efforts. If two agents are working on the same task, one agent is designated as the lead. I would say that Hans would be the lead in this particular action. And the other agent may sacrifice one card by directly moving it from play to add it to the total. So you get to draw two cards, and you choose one of them to add to Hans's total, but it is removed from your deck for the game.
Okay.
want it good, but not too good.
Well, it's not too bad if I'm getting rid of a low card. That's actually kind of good for me. So it depends on, do I get to add it after he draws, or do I have to pull it?
No, you draw your two and choose one of them to decide if you're going to add to it. You do it before he draws.
Oh, okay, so I'll draw two cards. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm gonna add a 6 to his.
Okay. So you'll remove the 6 from your deck for the game.
Okay.
And then whatever you do your draw, Hans, you'll get to add a 6 to it.
I'm glad I get to add a 6 because
Very interesting.
wait, is any of this clubs? Or is any what is cunning? Diamonds. So I got a 3 of diamonds and a 2 of clubs.
Oh no.
Okay, so
I told you I'm not
diamond-
very good at this.
well, clubs is your strong suit, right?
No. Well, yes, clubs is my strong
Force,
suit.
right? Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
2 up and 2 down because of the diamonds being your weak suit, right?
Okay, yeah. So it plus and minus 3, or is it plus and minus 2?
So your draw is +3 if it's your strong suit, -3 if it's your weak suit, but the individual cards that come up as your weak or strong suit are plus or minus 2 each.
Okay.
So because it was a cunning draw, and that is your weak suit, you start at a -3 deficit.
Ouch.
Yeah, which is rough. But you drew a club, which is your strong suit, and a diamond, which is your weak suit,
Oh,
right?
Yes.
So that's
Three
a
of
+2. That's a +2 and a -2. So those wash each other out. So you're
Okay,
at
so-
the -3 from it being a cunning, but a +6 because you had the assist. So you're at a net +3 to whatever the value of your cards is.
So what kind of tools do you use?
So 3 of diamonds, 2 of clubs.
Okay, 5, so 8. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So, let's see. 8. I got a 9. So it is a complication. All right. You're starting to take photographs, and that's not a problem at all. Especially with the help of Mooney, you're able to frame things up that you hope are going to be very informative. Start snapping pictures. You start realizing after the third or fourth position that you've kind of moved yourself into, you've realized that even though this place is very ramshackle and run down, that they took a lot of security measures into consideration with the way they placed things and where they have put line of sight blockers and things of that nature. You're not able to garner much information this way.
I should have studied harder in reconnaissance class.
Oh,
Hey, it was worth a shot though.
It's an absolutely brilliant idea. It's just the conflict resolution screwed you.
It's good though. I actually like that. We explored the whole working together thing with that.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Uh-huh.
That's really cool.
Okay. Anybody else? What are you currently up to?
So I think Hiro would have, like, as he got off the tour bus and made his way into the facility, he would have pretty much beelined straight for the bathroom. And preferably an interior, like the bathroom in the gift shop. And would find his way into, he would go into one of the stalls and lock the stall, and then he would pull his bag off his back and pull out his portable communication setup and would start sort of trying to scan the area for either incoming signals that he could intercept or possible signal blockers that he might need to disable or whatever, scanning for something that he can help the team to be able to communicate better and get as much information as possible.
Okay. Excellent. So it certainly sounds like a cunning draw. So you'll start with your 2. Cunning is your strong suit?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll start with a +3 boon, just baseline, because it is a draw associated with your strong suit. All right, so I'm going to draw. Yeah, this is still, I think, a 2 card. Okay.
Okay. I drew an 11, plus the 3 is 14, and the 7 is diamonds. So is that an additional +2?
So it'd be another +2. Yep.
Okay, so that'd be 16.
16. Okay, excellent. I drew a 15. So that +2, it pushed you over the edge into a success. So you have a little bit of difficulty basically bypassing the security hurdles that they have in place, which kind of surprises you again for the way that this place at least looks on the outside. You realize that there's probably a little bit more than meets the eye here. But you do stumble across a partially a part of an email that you're able to easily kind of decrypt. And you get a phrase out of it. I'm going to put it here in our chat, and then I will attempt to pronounce it. Okay. It says Estado Libre Asociado. It kind of jumps out at you because it seems like the rest of the little bits and pieces are mostly in English, and this obviously is not. Okay. While Hiro is in the can, anybody else?
Yeah, I think Domingo would. He's like with the tourist group as they're being taken along, and then he just waits for an opportunity as they're like, being told about wherever other, and then like one of the employees opens one of the doors. Like maybe they're going to go feed some gators, so they open a door, and then as the tour group's moving, he just kind of like slips out of the group and catches one of those doors before it closes, and then like slips inside the facility.
Okay. So you are trying to move about unseen.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be cunning as well, actually.
We're all very cunning today.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes sense. It's a
Yeah.
pretty typical secret agent type thing. Okay, so we're gonna get 2 cards from you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cunning is neither your strength or weakness as far as suits goes.
No,
right?
but I do have a -1 because my profile gives me a -1 and 1 stat, and that was the stat I chose.
Ooh, okay. All right. So, all right, I've got my cards drawn.
Okay. I have a total of a 13.
Okay. I drew very low, so I got a 4, an 8 total, 2 4s. So, you will succeed, and you're succeeding by a significant amount.
What did I enter into?
Yeah. So you enter into a back room that looks like it's a storage house, basically. There's, the middle of it is one of those like air pontoon boats. It's got like the big giant fan on the back of it. It's kind of parked in the middle, but kind of around the edge, it's got, piers or docks or what have you that are kind of stacked with different things, crates, barrels, tarps, nets, ropes, all that kind of stuff. But the one thing that you find in this particular room that kind of stands out to you is that there is a large crate, like a wooden crate, that has a phrase burned kind of into the side as like a destination or logo or what have you, and it says Casa Bacardi, and underneath that in smaller letters it says the Cathedral of Rum.
Okay. Can I look inside this crate?
Absolutely. Inside are bottles of Bacardi rum.
Okay. Got it.
All right. Meanwhile, Jack, what are you up to?
I think I want to kind of try to slip towards the back as well, kind of mingle with the tour group for a while, and you know, to the point where he kind of starts to blend in and is, kind of not noticed really anymore. And then just look for an opportunity to kind of slip towards the back room, so to speak, find out what's going on behind the curtain.
All right. Just like Domingo, just kind of trying to find any old little out of the way spot, or are you trying to particularly make your way to where you hear some of this activity?
I think probably try to make my way to where I hear something happening.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can probably kind of hear this frenzied splashing. That's coming from the other side of this door that you're kind of trying to make your way through discreetly. Okay, so we're gonna get a cunning draw from you. So it'll be the 2 cards. Is cunning either your strong or your weak suit?
It is my strong.
Your strong suit. Okay, excellent. So you'll start with a baseline of a +3 to whatever you're going to draw. This is gonna be difficult to sneak in here unseen because there are quite a few people who are in this area. So I'm gonna do 3 cards as a draw on my side.
Am I doing 2?
2. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay.
I know that smile.
Well, Loki happens to be the first one I draw here.
Ooh, okay.
Which is a Joker.
Mm-hmm.
I did draw a 9 as well, so it is a 9 of clubs. That's going to give me a 12.
12 total. Okay. Let's see. Oof. All right.
Yeah.
I had a 14. So you are sneaking into this room. You sneak through the door without any problem. You wait until one of these people, bless you, who is kind of carrying some of the the cuts that they've made off of one of these gators, has their arms full, kind of pushes this door open. It's one of those cafeteria restaurant style doors, the Wappa Wappa doors. Kind of pushes his way through, and you're able to kind of like duck in through that opening, and through the kind of like the plastic ribbons or whatever that kind of separate it, into this room. And at first everything seems okay. You manage to kind of like slide against the wall. You see this frenzy of what looks like feeding of these alligators in the middle of this room, kind of starting to kind of die down. Whatever they were eating, they finished tearing it apart, and they're becoming more docile and swimming away now. There's still a lot of activity in this room, and you are just about to kind of find a nice little tucked away spot in the corner when you wait, watching some of the activity in the room, wait until their backs are turned, and you turn and make your move, and there's somebody standing right in your way. And he has a giant meat cleaver in his hand. And I think we hard smash cut to elsewhere in this space. I think we're going to have to find out what happens to Agent 119 in just a moment. Okay. So, Hiro, there's a...
Before that...
Oh, please, yes.
I did draw a Joker, so do I need to shuffle everything back into
absolutely.
The deck?
Yep.
Okay.
Everything except for what has been removed,
Gotcha.
including the Joker. The Joker will need to go back into your deck.
Alrighty.
Excuse me. Okay, Hiro. You are kind of finishing up the tail end of finding what you can find through this somewhat impressive network that you have hacked into, when there's a loud, like, impatient bang on the stall door. There's another tourist that is very impatient about apparently how long you've been taking. They're being rather rude about it.
Hiro would, do his best to, as innocently as possible, say, just a minute. I'm almost, I'll be done in a minute. Just try to stall while the rest of the scan and all of this, things go finish up so that I can pack all this away. Because if I ended early, it could cause problems. It could, alert someone that, that there was somebody in the system or whatever.
You definitely don't want to rush your time in the stall. Finish your business. That's always key. All right. A little potty humor. We keep it classy around here. All right, Hiro, you politely finish up, pack away your equipment, and exit the stall to find this red-faced individual, waiting for you to get out, who very kind of impatiently, rudely pushes past you, and immediately begins doing their own business. And you can't get out of that bathroom fast enough. After you come out of the bathroom, where are you headed next?
I think I'm gonna try. I'm gonna head for the stadium, the sort of the bleachers around the pit, and sort of just find a spot like I'm getting ready to sit and watch the show, sort of off by myself. Not try not to draw my attention to myself. But at the same time, I'm starting to sort of key into our comm system that we've set up before we came in, and just sort of try to check in with everybody and see what's going on, as well as try to relay as much information as I can.
Okay, that sounds great. So you can't do cunning again because you just did that one.
Uh-huh.
But I think maybe we could call this a magnetism. Trying to kind of blend in with the crowd a little bit. Kind of, trying to touch base with everyone. Make sure that everybody's connected. How are you on magnetism? Is that a stronger week for you?
That's my week.
Oh, I found it. No. Okay, so it's going to be a 2-card pull. You will start, because it is your weak suit, it'll start as a deficit. I talk for a living. A deficit of 3. This is not overly difficult, however. You've already established that, that you're all communicating together, that there's a lot of people here. You're in a public area, so talking aloud to yourself, especially if you have like a phone or something, it's not that out of the ordinary. So I think I'm only going to draw 1 card against you. All right, what you got?
Well, I drew a 4 and a 9 of hearts, which this is the hearts.
Yeah.
Which that being said, I was looking I want to make sure, I was looking through the doc and about resolving these things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little hard, like, I don't know, to know for sure, but it looks like
welcome to amateur hour.
That it says there is a +2 for every card from the matching skill set. That sounds like to me that if I'm doing a magnetism check, then for every magnetism card I draw, I get a +2.
Yeah, that might line up with what Josh is saying. Yep. Okay. Yeah, he's saying. What did he say here?
He
Plus
said
2 strong or weak suits don't affect the card values within the draw. Cunning cards since the tactic is cunning. Plus 2 for the match to the skill set. Yep.
Yeah. Don't forget the no 2 skills in a row. Yeah.
Right. Right. But it sounds like you are spot on, nail on the head. So
okay.
It's only.
So I've got a minus.
Match.
Right. I got a -3, but a +4. So I'm at a +1.
Right.
To this. So I have a 14.
Okay, cool. We're going to get this right by the time we land.
Right.
So, all right. So I only had a 6. So that is absolutely a success. So you have no problems kind of touching base with everyone except for Agent 119. You're not getting a response from him. But in addition, while you're sitting here, you realize that you're having to make some minor adjustments to your communication equipment. And at first you're kind of not really understanding exactly why. But as you start to kind of look around, you realize that some of the pieces of metal that they've kind of used as structure, blocking out, parts of the sun, that there are several of them that are 3 by 7 foot sections of perforated aluminum paneling. Specifically, paneling that is typically used in astronomy. That seems to kind of be somewhat interfering with your frequencies, but you're able to, make minor adjustments and get around it. Okay. Let's hop over to Hans and Mooney. As you have discovered that this taking photographs from these different angles hasn't revealed much information, what is the plan then? What do you want to next?
I think we've had a few people go onto the inside. So I want to know what this place is all about from the outside. I want to see what the purpose. Does it look strictly like a gator farm? Is there like big warehouse stores, places? Like, I just want to kind of scout it out as subtly as possible first. If we're not having a good time, easy time taking photographs of essential looking things, maybe we can find, those inappropriate selfie locations we're trying to get when people pose in like the really stupid places because it makes a good shot. See if we can find get more of a concept of what this place is actually for, if it has a second purpose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe we can.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe we can. We can use like nimble or something to like maybe like duck it, since they've got all these like line of sight blockers, right? Maybe we can kind of use that and nimble to try to get deeper inside to see what we can see.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Nimble's kind of how the system handles movement, and this definitely sounds like it's kind of a little bit more of a movement based. You're talking about the actual physical dimensions of this place, trying to get into a position where you could potentially see more. Okay, are you doing a combined effort again?
Yeah, but I'll let Mooney take lead.
Mooney will take the lead this time.
Sure.
Okay. So you draw 2 cards, Jason, and you get to choose one of them to remove from your deck, but add as a straight bonus to Petra's draw.
I'm going to add a 9.
Ooh, there you go.
All right.
Okay, so Petra, you're going to draw 2. What is Mooney's relationship with Nimble?
Neutral.
Neutral. Okay, cool. So go ahead and draw that.
Which so are we adding by adding +2 if I draw the suit that is associated with the neutral? Is that how we
Correct.
decided?
Mhm,
And
which
which
will be
suit is that?
spades.
Spades?
Mhm.
Okay, good. So I have an 11 plus 9, so it's a 20 in total then.
Ooh, okay, excellent. I got, out of 3 cards, a 14 and a joker. So I am going to reshuffle my deck. I don't know if there's anything else that a joker does on a GM draw. If somebody wants to peek at that while I reshuffle and come up with
I got it up.
what's going on. Thank you. Okay. So the two of you start to kind of maneuver your way around this complex and manage to find a place that's a little tucked out of the way, that there aren't as many possible prying eyes and things of that nature. And you come to realize that this place is actually very cleverly designed. From the outside, it very much looks like a cobbled together grouping of, shacks and, temporary buildings that have kind of been latched together. We start to very much kind of get an idea of how the angles are very purposeful as you kind of make your way around this place, and you realize that it's actually quite a bit larger than you first thought. And you find your way into an outbuilding that's kind of out around the back. Looks very nondescript. That is, until you take a look at the door and you realize that the security mechanism on this door is incredibly cutting technology. Like, sticks out here like a sore thumb.
Where's Hiro when you need him?
What kind of interface is it? Like, is it a
You tell me.
digital or?
I mean, it's got to be like, at least like, fingerprint, palm,
Oh, okay.
biometric, type stuff, right?
Okay. By the way, it appears that jokers just count as zeros for everyone,
Oh, perfect.
including the.
Okay. So, what are you doing now that you have discovered this strange lock?
Click.
Taking a picture of it?
I mean,
All right.
it doesn't look like something we can just get through right now unless we've got the exact combination of gizmos required. We might have to go and look for a loose hand. Gators might help with that if we got the fingerprints.
Hey, just to say, Josh did just say in the chat that it, because you drew a joker, there is a negative twist for the bad guys.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, nice. Okay. Did find that.
Okay.
Very nice.
Okay, let's see.
Password is 1234.
All right.
Password is 123.
Here we go.
I have this little code.
Would you look at that?
Okay, check it out. There's a ruckus nearby where two of the gators apparently were fighting over something that ended up in the water. There's this tussle that happens as they're fighting over it, and they are splashing water up all over the place. And the water happens to splash up and onto this reader, this device. And you hear this little and like a small little trail of smoke comes out of it, and the screen goes dark.
Oh, sweet. Oh man, not my specialty at all. Breaking through the doors. I guess just try to handle it.
Perhaps, unsurprisingly, it turns and the door comes open in your hand.
I mean, we were just looking for the washroom, right, honey?
Yeah.
Okay, you look inside. Looks like a private office. Has like a desk, a computer, telephone, stacks of books. It looks like an office. A couple of file cabinets. There's nobody in here currently.
Is there another way in here?
No.
Intel gathering time.
All right. So, if both of you are gathering intel, do you want to do it as a combined effort, or would you like to do two separate pools? Indeed.
I think the combine actually gives us a better chance of actually getting something.
It really does. Like, we have a pretty big deck. We can just keep going. I'm okay with that. I'll take the shot this time if you want to be the lead.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So before the lead draws, then the person who is combining the effort is going to draw two cards and decide which of them to donate, essentially.
What are we doing this under? Is this be cunning? Or...
I don't know what, looking for something would be, but I would say cunning is probably the closest. It wouldn't be force, obviously.
Nimble, maybe.
Nimble. Stealth is covered with nimble, technically. So I'm good with nimble.
What's your weakness? Weakness is
Cunning.
cunning. Okay, nimble. Let's do nimble.
Nimble
Sounds
sounds
good.
fantastic.
Okay.
All right.
Oh man.
You got yourself an 8.
Outstanding.
There you go. Okay.
I drew. What is the spade?
Nimble.
8 is nimble.
Yep. So that's a +2.
So I got a 10 of spade and a 5 of clubs. So 10 plus 2 is 12, plus 5 plus 8.
17 plus 8, 25. Good grief. That's amazing. Yeah, I got a 10, or an ace, which is a 10 and a 5. So that's a 15. Handily, you were able to overcome. So you are going to find two things of interest. You could probably spend quite a bit of time here. Again, there's a computer, there's file cabinets, but there are two things that kind of immediately jump out at you. One of which is a map, a survey map that shows karst topography. And I'll put that in our chat. The thing that kind of catches your interest is that this map is laid out and has several notations that have been made on it. And on top of it, there is a small book about the Jayuya uprising.
Oh.
And in the book about the Jayuya uprising, there is a hat ribbon that has been used as a bookmark, and it is red.
We have comms with each other. We have a way of getting.
Yes, Hiro has made sure of that.
Okay. I think Hiro ought to know there's a computer in an office that probably has a lot of what we need on it. I don't know whether he could tap into this or not. Security on this thing's probably pretty crazy, but security on the door was already pretty intense, so who knows? Maybe something for another moment, but yeah. I'll let him know that, well, I'll see if he can respond right now, that is.
Yeah, Hiro, what do you have anything to say back whenever you find this out?
I think Hiro would definitely be interested in knowing what was there, but I think he would also know that, like, he would be becoming more and more aware of, like, the measures that these people are taking to stop this kind of stuff. I've noticed these baffles, that are blocking communications. I'm sure our comm link is a little staticky as it is, and I would definitely have to be there to get any good connection, and I don't know if that's worth me trying to leave the facility and find where they are.
Okay. So talking is code as much as possible, obviously. But yes, I don't know about you, Hans, but I think we might just need to take what we found. Seems like we're on the right track.
It seems like everything that we're seeing it's like Bacardi rum, the Juyuya uprising. Juyuya is a town in Puerto Rico, and shit, I lost my thought. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Rum has that effect on a lot of people, man.
Oh, it just vacated my brain. Holy crap.
Getting old sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah. The gist of what I was trying to say is Hans is noticing all of the signs are pointing towards Puerto Rico, and he finds that rather interesting.
And I think if that kind of conversation was being done over the comms, then Hiro would definitely be like, yeah, I found this information that pointed to, pointed to the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and as well. But at the same time, I would also probably be giving information that I can't get in touch with Jack.
Where's Jack? Hans says. Is Jack Gator food?
We better find him then.
Yeah, let's get out of here and go find Jack. We can
If Jack's missing, they might be onto us. Can't tally around.
Now we're coming into my own.
All
right.
Looking for Jack.
All right. So we all
guys
know
ain't gonna
what this
find jack
situation
shit.
is. You might. All right. So I think we all know the situation that we now find ourselves in, the scene that is playing out. Jack is suspended above this alligator pit, high enough that the alligators can't jump out of the water and get him yet. But it's close.
You ever seen an alligator jump out of water?
I have been thankful to not have seen that in person, but I have seen footage of it.
Those things can get some distance.
We'll just say that the water beneath here is shallow. So, you are kind of trustled up with these chains, kind of, dangling from these meat hooks by the chains. And we see the green-eyed man standing nearby. Of course, next to the controls of the winch or whatever that will lower you into the water. Yeah, he's kind of standing there. Listen, if you just simply tell me who it is that you work for, then I'm sure that we can come to some kind of an arrangement.
I work for Discovery Channel. I was just here to see some gators.
Discovery Channel. Of course. He kind of reaches over onto this table and grabs like this side of beef that's been kind of recently butchered, still very, bloody, tosses it into the water, which causes them to frenzy and roll around and fight one another and tear it apart. You're kind of like hit in the leg by, a rogue tail of one of these gators, kind of causes you to swing dangerously and the chains rattle. I would be interested to see what documentary you happen to turn out. What was your name again?
Seamus.
Seamus, right. So while this interrogation, this threat is being played out, the four of you have pieced together that Jack is missing, and you're not able to get a hold of him. What I would like is we're just going to handle this real quick. We're going to get cards drawn and things like that so that Hans can do his moment, his flex here. But we're going to leave this at like just one draw per each of you, because there's one more scene that we need to get to, and I want to try to do that and try to keep it as tight on time as possible. So, each one of you, tell me how you're going to approach this escape, rescue, escape, etc. And we're going to get one draw from each of you, whatever order you wish.
I want to punch old Green Eyes.
Okay, absolutely. Right to Fabian Broussard. All right. So let's get a force draw from you then, Hans. So this will be a +3 because it is your strong suit. And then if you draw any clubs in addition, those will be an extra +2.
Do I draw 2 or do I draw
2? Yeah, this will be 2. Fabian Broussard.
Well, that is, I do not have clubs.
Okay.
But I got 2 8s.
Hey, there you go. So that's 16.
Yes, sir.
Oh, but it's also your strong suit, right? So you get a +3.
Yes. So 19.
19. Excellent. Okay. So I have a 13 total. Another ace and a 3. So, yeah, describe this to me. How do you take him out as a threat by force?
While he's questioning, I don't think he sees me at all coming up behind him. And I literally ham fist him in the back of the skull. When he ducks down, I grab him by his collar and his pants and throw him in the gators.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, there's, enough time for half a scream from Mr. Broussard before he and his expensive suit are torn to shreds by a frothing mass of gator. All right, the rest of you. Anyone else?
See you later, alligator.
God, I knew it. I knew somebody was going to do it. All right. You bastard.
The only thing I could think of is like I imagine these as we bust in there, maybe there's an alarm that triggers, maybe not, but maybe there's some noise that brings some other guards.
Absolutely.
As these guards are coming in, maybe we like exchange fisticuffs, but we got to get out of here. So I'm thinking that Domingo takes one of his knives and he like chucks it, and it hits one of basically something that's gonna like unlock these alligators, and they're gonna like come like swarming in or something like that, to where the guards will have their hands full with them versus us.
Release gators.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's get a draw for that. We'll see how effective this is. This still sounds like force.
Okay.
It's still
good with
weapon based and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Force it is. All right. How many cards? 2? 3?
2. Mm-hmm.
2. All right. Man, I wish this was a magnetism. Roll. All right. So what is that? That's 15, but it's my weak suit, so that's actually a 12.
Okay. All right. I got a 9 and a 6. So that's a 15.
Oof.
So, you throw your knife, and what you thought was the mechanism for opening the gate to release them into where these guards are approaching was actually the controls that were holding Jack above the pit. And almost immediately he starts to lower down towards the water as these gators are still frenzying after Mr. Broussard's corpse. It's probably not going to be long before they realize that there's another snack.
I was heading straight to the controls. I just want to say that I was waiting my turn, but I think this would all be happening simultaneously.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Because, controls, getting our man down. That seems like the most important thing to me. They all got, the fight going. Cool. I think it's about the swing arm now. He's lowering down. Great. I just want to make sure that finishing lower is on a balcony.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So this is probably cunning, because this is like a gadget, a machine, a gizmo.
Now, how does that work with me just being an assist last time? Does that still count?
No, I don't think so. I think you can probably
Okay.
take that as a second action. Since you weren't technically the lead, the one taking the action last time, I'm fine with having it. Yeah. So that's cunning. That's going to be diamonds. What is your relationship with cunning? That's your good one?
Neutral.
Neutral. Okay.
Yeah, my good one's magnet.
All right. This is not a difficult machine or anything, so I'm only drawing the one card. Let's see what you get.
How big is your one card?
Some
wait,
cards
no,
are
this
bigger
is a
than
diamond,
others.
so that's okay. So yeah, actually, it's not so bad. It's 9 then.
Okay. A 9. Petra, I'm sorry.
Did you get a
2.
10? Oh, 2.
2. Nope.
I am also
Yeah.
sorry. Jack is very happy.
You did great. So yeah, you
Yay.
kind of run over just as his feet start to kind of like lower down, and the gators are, he's having to like pull his legs up to kind of keep them from getting to him. You manage to operate the swing arm and pull it around and drop him right onto the place. Actually, it would probably be where they load up the cow carcasses. So there's a little, like the bottom of a shower stall with a drain in it or something like that, that you're able to kind of like drop him onto. All right.
Yay.
Who's next? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Okay, who else? Jack, Hiro? Get us out of here.
Jack's just frantically trying to get whatever mechanism or latch is holding him in here off.
Okay.
And you just kind of hear him mumbling. They call it the luck of the Irish, but they don't tell you what kind.
Perfect. Okay, getting out of a situation like this sounds like probably nimble. Does that make sense?
I was afraid you'd say that, but yeah.
Would you prefer force? If you're just gonna muscle
No,
your way
I would
out of it?
prefer nimble by all means. It's just
Okay. I don't believe
force
you.
is my weak suit.
Oh, okay. So you would prefer nimble over force.
We went over this. Jack is nimble.
Yeah. God. Yeah. We did. Shame on me for forgetting, and shame on you for saying it again. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's chains and things. It's not like really meant to hold a person. It was kind of an impromptu thing. So let's go ahead and get that pull. I'm only going to be pulling one card. Nathan, what are you doing over there?
Please tell me I'm pulling two.
Yes, you're pulling two cards. Yeah, for sure. That's all. That's a baseline thing. No, you.
I pulled a 3 and a 2.
Jesus. You want to die? No. I pulled one card and I got an ace, so that's a 10.
Did these count? If you pull your weak suit, does that count against you too?
No, I think it's only the suit that you're drawing.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
Only time that it
I just want to
counts.
make sure it wasn't going to get worse.
Right. Let's see. God, how? So
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You're having a hard time getting out of this, even though it wasn't necessarily meant to bind a person. You're finding it somewhat hard to kind of wiggle your way free. And as you're doing so, you have inadvertently managed to basically kind of fall backwards over the edge of that kind of basin that you were dropped in, and like your head dips down into the water where these crocodiles are before you're able to kind of like jerk your head back up to get a breath, but you're like slipping.
Do I have to burn cards now too? Because
Yes.
if that
thank
was
you
a
for reminding
10,
me. Yeah. You had a what, 5 total?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you lost it +1. So yeah, you have to burn 2 cards off of your deck. If it's an
Is
ace
it
or a joker.
separate from the 2 I drew, or I burn 2 more
think
cards,
so.
like pull 2 cards and burn them? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's 2 from the deck. And the other 2 just go into your discard.
Gotcha.
And then the ones that you're burning, you just need to check to make sure that they're not an ace or a joker.
3 and a 7.
Okay.
I just want to ask what your special skills are. Would it be one of those moments to
Maybe.
Oh,
This-
What's your
and
strong suit again?
It could be. One is there's a device that you snuck in or could piece together that would be perfect tool for the situation at hand. This becomes a permanent tool if applicable. You have a mental epiphany and have pieced together some crucial part of the mission, floor plan issue, enemy motivation, tech hack, or similar. Or you draw an enemy into a mental trap, causing them to give away an important detail, reveal a weakness, or cause a distraction during a pivotal moment.
Okay. So I think the first one could certainly play out in this situation. You know, you've got, I don't know, a laser watch, or you have, a small amount of very powerful explosive that you can put on one of the chain links and cause it to, blow apart or something.
acid pen?
An acid pin, absolutely. Any thoughts? You want to
yeah.
you want to cash that in or?
Yeah, I'll burn an ace to do that.
Okay.
I like the idea of a laser watch. It's classic spy.
Yeah.
Classic spy.
100%. Okay.
I just imagine like he has this watch on his wrist the whole time, but he's like, that's just change, it's no big deal. And he's fiddling with, trying to get these off, but he's making it worse. And it's just somehow he's tangling the chains more, and then he's like, he thinks he's out of it. So he tries to kind of stand up and he slips on some water that's there from all the splashing. And that's when he kind of, his face kind of goes down in the water. And that's when he's just like, and hits this button on this watch to cut those chains and starts to try to pull himself back up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have that moment where like you're cutting through the chains, positioning the watch, and we see that gator that notices you and turns and starts swimming through that murky water straight at you, opening its mouth, and you kind of pull yourself up out of the water and gasping for breath just as it kind of like clenches its teeth right behind you.
Just gets a mouthful of chains.
Mm-hmm. All right. Hiro.
So Hiro was still outside while all of this was, he was nowhere near the sort of the facility. So in hearing whatever communications between everyone has happened, Hiro would start, he would pull out his phone and he would start connecting to, like, hacking into the speaker system here at the facility. And he would essentially, like, he would play a recording that would cause the facility to be evacuated. Like, he get all the tourists out of the facility just in case it went super south. He didn't want all these civilians around, and he would get everybody out of the way. And then also in the same, sort of system, call for their getaway vehicle, whatever we decided that was going to be.
Okay.
Beforehand.
Perfect. Okay. Did you do cunning last?
I didn't. I did magnetism last.
Magnetism. So. Okay, so I think this is going to be cunning.
Mm-hmm.
This is your strong suit as well?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Just curious, who all chose cunning as their strong suit? Two. Just two. Okay. It seemed more than that. I think we've just done a lot of cunning actions, which again, it makes perfect sense for a spy story.
One could even stunts.
What's that?
Lots of cunning stunts.
Cunning stunts. That's right. Although I haven't noticed anybody that is a cunning linguist necessarily. Okay, Hiro. Let's get that cunning draw. You're going to have 2 cards. Again, hacking a PA system and calling in a planned asset. I really don't think that's going to be difficult. So that's going to be a single card from me.
And I pulled the 15 plus my 3 is 18.
18, cool. I had a 9, so you doubled mine. So you are in the clear. What is this pre-planned vehicle? Anybody can throw this out there. DJ, you're welcome to, if you had something planned. Go for it.
I don't know. Anybody else have an idea?
Anybody? No?
I'm sorry, an idea for what now?
Is this place
a getaway vehicle?
Is this place
like
one of those
I was going to say one of those
big fan
bayou boats.
Yep,
Yeah.
but like the hoverboat. That's all I'm thinking of too.
Perfection.
Okay,
Like
that works
it's
for me.
loud, it's obvious, but what else?
Yeah,
could
but we got
possibly
it. Like
get
when we
away?
get on it, we've got to do it to where like the barn doors or whatever like blow open as we like haul ass out of there.
Absolutely, 100%.
Hell yeah.
And then there's
With
like
the
they're like
Airwolf soundtrack going for it.
yeah, and then the guards come out of the side room and they have their machine guns and like like that. And then that's when Sparks there is all like when there's another explosion. There's always got to be explosions. Come on.
A bit of a skid turn and dust flies up and we
That's when I was
shoot
supposed to.
away under cover of mud spray.
That's when I woke up last night.
There's rows of like bullet impacts on the water. You know, like as you make the turns. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Fucking Chucky.
All right. So it sounds like we are headed to Puerto Rico. All right. So, traveling together this time? Makes sense? Okay, perfect. All right, we see the pontoon boat, the swamp boat kind of making its way through the various canals and waterways of Louisiana as we kind of like, pull that long distance helicopter shot as it gets smaller and smaller into the mangroves and things and eventually disappears, pan upwards towards the sky. And then as we pan back down, we're in a completely different environment. We see the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico. Recently somewhat demolished after it began to fail. It now sits somewhat as a relic of the past. There are still tourists who visit. There's still a few working instruments and facilities here on site, but the instrument itself, the main draw, is no more. It was this place that your last batch of clues has led you. Hiro realizing after you arrived in Puerto Rico where he had seen these perforated aluminum panels that were interfering with before, realizing that they came from this observatory. So, as the five of you approach, what is the method here? What do we see?
I feel like this might be like an all-out like assault, right? Like we're not gonna go in too sneaky, right? We know something's going down here. We know where it's at. We're gonna hit it hard. Or that's how I see it anyway.
I feel like this got to be one of those Mission Impossible scenes, right? Where like we're taking a small plane and we're gonna like parachute out or something to the location.
Yes.
Very low. Sneaking in with our guns, hiding in the shadows, all taking our angles in, keeping in communications with each other.
Yes. Full commando gear.
Yeah, absolutely. You got the grease paint on your face and the fatigues and the under the shoulder gun holster and the whole 9 yards.
Ain't got time to bleed.
Perfect. All right. So you have learned that there is another individual who is a suspected accomplice of the Red Hat that has been operating from the Arecibo Observatory. This woman, who is an art dealer, is named Valentina Colon. And you have traced her location and activities here. So as you are beginning your assault, each one of you, if you could, tell me something that you find. What is one thing you come across as you are beginning your infiltration.
I think Hiro would just, as we are we coming through like the woods, or is it like a urban facility?
I don't think there's a lot of like city around it. I think it's in a somewhat remote location. But yeah, I'm open to basically however you want to describe it.
I would say we're probably sort of coming up through the brush up towards the facility, and I think that like maybe Hiro would notice a maybe like a gator skin like belt or like a piece of something, like obviously there was some sort of connection, trading, something going on. Maybe a belt or another wallet or something like that that was sort of a remnant of someone's attire that maybe they had come through this direction.
I think Jack finds, if you'll allow this, Jack finds something that is like a lipstick tube or some kind of cosmetic that we don't maybe know exactly that connects this red hat to this area, but that is very likely. Like it's lending to that shade. It's lending to that motif.
A very particular shade of red.
Excellent. Anyone else?
I don't even know how much this would make sense, but perhaps like a shack with a small generator on the side. And inside of it is a world map with like pins in very specific spots.
Yeah, perfect. You even see, one in Monaco, one in, New Orleans.
Siberia.
You see one in Siberia. Yeah, exactly.
And a big red one right here in Puerto Rico.
There's string attached to them. No.
I think with that, we also see, along with that map, we also see, pictures of the locations that we've been. So there is the facility that was in Siberia. There is the yacht. There is the gator. There's like pictures of those individuals that we interacted with. So there's like Alexos and the green-eyed man. But interesting enough, there's also pictures of us.
Nice. I mean, there's got to be like, if we're finding all this gold, there's got to be some kind of fake ID or paperwork that's, just anything that shows an airport it was passed through, or even a box of potential, like just a
like
small
passports.
lockbox. There's like passports.
Yeah, there's like multiple passports with like different like aliases or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
No, they all just say the red hat on them.
everything like red acronyms like Ruby something, and
Who's Carmine Santiago?
that's right.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, okay. Petra, give me a draw. This will be 2 cards, and this is going to be cunning.
All right. And what is cunning again? Clubs or
Diamonds.
diamonds? Beauty. All right. So I've got 8 plus 2, so 10 in total.
Okay. I got a 4. This is
Nice.
only a single card. It is in this lockbox of passports that you find. One of the passports says Carmen Sandiego on it. And it's without a doubt the woman that you saw, or that was described to you, I suppose I should say, by Hans 6 years ago in Siberia, wearing the
Nice.
wide-brimmed red hat, and another of the passports in the same box reads Valentina Colon and is an older photograph, but very believably could be the same person.
Excellent. Well, I'll bring it to people's attention. I don't see any purpose in taking them per se, but definitely taking pictures of them. We need to know who this person is. So, yeah, good to have these.
Okay.
So like I'll figure it out later.
Okay.
Okay.
While Mooney is putting, grabbing a hold of those, kind of going through this lockbox, making this discovery, who's outside this small shack? Anybody?
I can be.
Jack? Okay. Jack, you are outside this shack where they are kind of digging into some of this information that seems to have been keeping track of you. When you hear a rustling in the shady vegetation that grows beneath the dish of this observatory, as you kind of turn about, you spot a woman approaching. She stops, kind of catching sight of you standing outside of this shack, and you realize that she's wearing a red scarf tied around her neck. She kind of furrows her brow for just a second, looking at you, and then her eyes widen somewhat, and she turns and very quickly starts to make her way back in the direction she came from.
Jack just yells "Red alert!" and just starts sprinting towards where she went.
I run after him with him.
All right, so it sounds like Jack and Hans are in pursuit. What are the other 3 of you doing?
So just running after the lady who took off.
Yep.
Okay. feel like that is well, we're after her, so sure. Yeah, I mean, I think Domingo would pursue, but instead they're taking the direct path. I think he would try to find a way to like cut her off. You know what I mean? Pincer her in.
Sure. Okay. Try to cut off her escape.
Yep.
Okay. And what about Hiro and Mooney?
Hiro is he's been sort of dealing with the fact that all of these aluminum panels are around. So a lot of his his gadgets and stuff are slightly inconvenienced. But when he sees them sort of take off, and he sees, Hans and Jack take off directly, and Domingo sort of go off maybe to the left, Hiro would like sort of go off to the right and sort of start maybe messing with some of the cables or something that's sort of hanging around, to sort of see if he could create some sort of almost like a trap of some sort.
All right. Perfect. And Mooney.
Okay, so I didn't get a chance to see this woman, did I? This was the two outside?
No, yeah. She did not approach the shack. She was making her way that direction, and she spotted Jack and turned and ran.
Okay. I'm thinking that may not necessarily be our girl. If we've got a bunch of people after her already, I'm gonna make sure I stay here. Like there's essential stuff in this room. She's gonna come back. So the important thing is for us to track down these names. Like we're trying to figure out who she is. I've got multiple passports here. So one of these, if not her real name, will certainly, the locations and stuff will help us figure out a lot more about her. And just in case she's meeting, there's the observatories there, there's this room. What other spaces are around here where if that woman coming was actually here to meet her, or just in case there's another person on the scene, where else would I be able to potentially find somebody?
Okay. Yeah, there's, a number of buildings and things, like I said, some functioning observatories or museums. I think there's a museum on site, that kind of thing. So there's definitely a small number of other buildings that are a part of this park or whatever it would be considered. Okay.
I'm gonna cover Hiro's back while he's trying to figure that out, and I'm gonna slip him the two passports of specific note that I found. I think, you know what? Just no point in leaving them for her. Let's just make it burn. Okay. So yeah, keeping my eyes out. What time of day are we looking at here? Was this evening?
It's probably midday to early afternoon.
Okay. All right. So yeah, it's keeping my eyes open for other potential other people, or if she circles back.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So, with all of this in mind, we're going to round this out. This is the situation. 4 of you are now chasing this individual on foot. 2 direct, 2 flanking. 1 of you has remained behind to try to gather as much of this intelligence up as you can manage. Also trying to pinpoint where someone else here might be hanging out. But in your looking around, Mooney, what you discover is that while there is quite a bit of information here, you start noticing there's little like pathways of debt cord that are run throughout this shack, connecting a lot of these sensitive pieces of information. And you're fairly certain that this entire shack is rigged to explode.
Stuff you getting out. All right then.
Big bada boom.
I'm gonna. Had Hiro gone, or was he sticking around?
Yeah, he
rig
said he
something
took
up?
off, and if Domingo went left, and he went right.
Okay, setting a trap up. Okay, so yeah, no, I'm gonna move away from the shack and make sure that none of our people come back this way.
All right, so we're going to get one final round of draws from everybody. And this is going to be the big shebang, right? We're going to go from what we understand of the situation. This shack is rigged to explode. This woman is on the run. Tell me what part of us finishing this out and you escaping, potentially, if we pull well enough, capturing this woman. Tell me your part of that. And again, like we've done already, feel free to build off of one another.
Naughty buddies.
I really want to use my physicality to like try
100%.
to run her down. I don't think that she was too far ahead of us that I couldn't outpace her, and I want to try to use force to try to like push through and see if I can tackle her or something to that effect.
Absolutely. And you could see, in the picture, she's not exactly wearing the right kind of footwear for a foot chase. So it's probably not going to be too terribly difficult for you to catch up to her. Now, it's going to be a matter of whether or not you can overpower her enough to arrest her getting away. So it's going to be a force. You're going to have 2 cards. You'll get your +3 because force is your strong suit.
Got
Go ahead. Sorry.
I got a 7 of spades and a 9 of clubs.
Okay, so 16 plus 3, 19 plus another 2 for drawing a club. So 21. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Somewhere. Yeah. 21.
I drew a 4. So yeah, without any problem whatsoever, you managed to overtake her, knock her to the ground, and prevent her from making any further distance between you. Now, villains in this system, you have to defeat usually a couple of times before they are fully 100% done in.
Totally understood.
Cool. So you have managed to basically check one of those boxes. Okay, who's next? And what are you contributing to this moment?
I would like to potentially pull another one of my aces and use my second cunning ability. You have had a mental epiphany and have pieced together some crucial part of the mission for floor plan issue, enemy motivation, tech hack, or similar, and see if I can like pinpoint somewhere that she might be headed and potentially cut her off as the second part and try to stop her.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, absolutely. What is that? What is that thing that you discover about her attempt to escape? What method had she in place that you're able to ascertain?
There is some type of vehicle out here that she's headed for. It may not be what gets her completely away from us, but it's what gets her to her next leg of the journey. And I see like maybe tire tracks of whatever this vehicle is coming from this direction. And I realize that's where she's headed.
Perfect.
So I'm heading.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna try to like get there before her.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of those, like massive, like jungle dune buggy type things. It has the big roll cage on top of it, and it's very much kind of outfitted with, those huge all-terrain tires and things like that. Yeah. You come across, a worn path or something where this thing has traversed multiple times in the mud, and you're able to kind of identify what it is. Choose like a direction and start running there, and we find, you discovering another small shack, where you kind of fling the doors open and you see this vehicle kind of parked there under a tarp. All right, who's next?
I can go. So I'm sick of losing all this evidence all the time, and I get that it's rigged to blow, and I don't want to stick around. But simultaneously, it was all connected with fires and triggers and stuff. It feels like the having power might be an important part of that. Let's see if I can like do something fast and just sabotage the generator as I'm taking off. Just cut the power, even if I can do it from the outside. I don't know if the generator is inside the shack but I would love to be able to stop or potentially sabotage the exploding of that shack, because we need stuff that's in there just to finish this all off, ideally.
Okay, cool. So like det cord itself doesn't necessarily use electricity.
Okay.
It's more like a fuse type of situation sometimes.
I see.
But I think that there's absolutely some method, some singular method that you discover that you can stop this, a choke point where all of them are run together that you can literally just sever them with a knife or something like that. I definitely think that that's feasible.
Nice. Okay.
Cool. All right. Sorry, everybody. I spilled my drink all over my stream deck and my cards and trying to discreetly clean it up and hopefully not fry this out. If I start sounding weirder than normal, that's why. Okay.
Didn't ruin your cards, did you?
Still just as weird as normal. It's fine.
Good. As long as it's not any weirder. Yeah, some of the cards are definitely a little warped, but the nice thing about playing cards is if you shuffle them enough, sometimes they kind of get fine again. So. Okay. Put this off to the side. All right. So, where were we? Has everybody chosen their action that's going to take us out once we start drawing cards?
I think Domingo would try to reason with her, try to convince her to surrender or let herself be taken in. In the sense of that she's outnumbered and the repercussions would be less severe if she would just come in on her own.
Okay. That makes perfect sense. Before we do that, I forgot to have Petra draw. So we need to draw to see this situation with preventing this explosion. I'm going to draw 2 because this is a situation she had prepared for. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I drew an ace and a 9, so I'm just going to choose to automatically succeed on that.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Makes good sense. I drew a 7 and a joker.
I would have beaten you anyways, but that's okay.
Indeed. But it's good in this moment especially to just go ahead and take that auto success. Okay, cool. So yeah, like I said, you find like a nice choke point where all of this det cord is maybe like entering this shack or something under kind of the dirt of one of the corners or something, and either you have a knife with you or you're able to find, a machete or something here in the shack, that you're very easily able to kind of sever this debt cord and separate it from whatever would have sent the fuse, the signal, to it. Okay, so that's technically her second defeat. So we're almost there. So Domingo, you're trying to talk her back from the ledge. You're trying to talk her into turning herself in. So this is definitely going to be a magnetism roll. I don't think this is the first time that somebody has tried to talk Carmen into coming along peacefully. It's certainly not her MO. So I'm drawing 3 cards.
Can I help?
Can you help him? Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Cool. I mainly want to help by just raw intimidation.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so you'll draw 2 cards, and you get to choose one of them to pull from your deck and add as a bonus for Domingo.
So I got a 5 of clubs and a 10 of diamonds. I'm going to give him that 10.
All right. Okay, so Domingo, you are pulling magnetism. It sounds like
I am.
you have 2.
I have 2 cards. I get a +2 from my profile.
Okay, yeah, lover.
And and
it's also your strong suit, right?
It's my strong suit, but unfortunately, I did not.
3.
I didn't draw any hearts though.
But you get a baseline of a +3 if it's.
Oh, okay, got it.
If you're
That's
drawing for your
So
strong suit.
Got it. So I have a base of 5.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a 2. I have a 2.
Okay.
And I have an ace, and I'm gonna burn the ace for the auto.
Okay. That's probably wise. I ended up with a 12.
Yeah, I would not have beaten that.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
10 plus 5. I already had a 15, so I would have, but why not?
Okay. Yep. For sure. But again, last draw of the game. Why not?
Yeah, I'm burning it for the auto.
Yeah, absolutely. So she is reticent. She attempts to. I don't understand who you are talking about. I've never heard this name before, and I am merely. There's a mistake.
I think this is where Hiro steps in,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to use one of my cunning strong suit powers.
Ooh,
I'm going to burn an ace, and I'm going to draw an enemy into a mental trap, causing them to give away important details.
Okay, cool. So we don't have to play through the difficulty of role-playing a cat and mouse mental game, but describe to me kind of the nature of the trap that you set for her to fall into.
I think that, like I said, Hiro's not super great with words. He's not as influential as someone like Domingo or Mooney, but he's intelligent and he knows ways to talk around people and talk them into a corner, ask them contradictory questions that make their, that slip their answers up. And he's able to sort of, not to mention he's also incredibly adept at reading people because of his intelligence. He can he can study their mannerisms and their facial features and things like that. And so he sort of talks her into the point where she, without realizing it, she gives some sort of crucial piece of information away. In trying to not say anything, she says the one thing she doesn't need to.
Yeah, perfect. What a great way to describe that. So yeah, she ends up, inadvertently giving away the fact that, maybe even she mentions Siberia, that kind of thing, without really intending to, tipping her hand. And that is a third defeat. So you each are able to bring in the nefarious criminal known as the Red Hat, aka Carmen Sandiego, aka Valentina Colon. You're each able to return home to your respective agencies, lauded as heroes for solving one of the toughest, oldest cases of your different agencies. All right. So I know we ran way over. I am sincerely apologetic for that. I know it's late for many of you. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can do a real quick outro. Obviously, I've reached my expiration date. So, no, they can do a real quick outro, touch again on anything that they may have going on, and then we're going to call it an evening. So we'll go in reverse order, and we're going to start with DJ.
This was a lot of fun. The system is very fun, very interesting. The idea of cards over dice is something that several people I think have attempted, and this is a really interesting take on that. I'm excited to see how it progresses in the later stages of development, and would definitely be up to play it again. And of course, Jeremy did a great job with the story and weaving it all together like he always does. And like I said, we've got Ad Astra when we get around to doing it, and as well as working on the Mage Hack. And I'm going to be playing tomorrow afternoon, I believe. I'm going to be playing over on Nicholas Dawson channel, playing some Star Wars. So that crew looks like it's going to be I think it's going to be a trilogy, I believe. We're doing the first session tomorrow. Nice. So very cool. Looking forward to that. So I'm sure he'll be posting on the AdTab group about when that starts and everything. But I had fun.
Awesome, man. Nico is a hell of a DM. So I know that you'll have a fantastic time. And thank you again for playing in the game, man. It's always a pleasure. And for, giving good feedback and deciphering some of the rules that I had misinterpreted or overlooked. It's always really handy, especially with a system I'm unfamiliar with, to have extra eyes to catch those kinds of things that are slipping through the cracks. So thank you for being willing and able to help out there. I'm really excited about the Mage Hack. I'm interested to see what you guys are going to do with that and how it ends up turning out. Whenever Paul first mentioned the idea to me, I was absolutely thrilled at the concept. So I definitely want to get into one of those games at some point. I want to try my hand at it. All right. Speaking at want to try my hand at, Nathan.
Thank you again, Jeremy, for running another great game. Had a lot of fun. I don't believe I've ever been able to be a spy other than video games. So this was enjoyable. I mean, as usual, my character turned out to be less of a suave spy and just more of a goofball spy. But, that's you put a little bit of yourself in every character, and I guess that's myself. So no, I had a lot of fun. This is, I think, my first experience playing something that's not dice based. So it's really interesting for me. I enjoyed it. The cards don't really treat me any different than the dice do. So I felt at home with that at least. But yeah, I would be interested to do some more play testing and play a couple more times, kind of get used to the rules and see how it rolls. Then kind of when those rules start to fade into the background and and you can roll through with the game a lot more. As for what I have going, we're back in Middle Earth this Wednesday. We're gonna see if we survive against the second troll that we've faced in our 5 sessions that we've played. One of our characters is already down to half health after one boulder got thrown at him. So, this campaign may not last very long. Also on Wednesday nights, I'm over on Jarl of Goat's channel for Death of the Deities. That's just an absolutely beautiful campaign. A few sessions ago, Jarl's running the game and almost had me and had my character in tears, but almost had me in tears on stream as well. So it's pretty impactful. There's a lot of great role play, a lot of heartfelt feelings in that game. So, and as far as on the video game front, I've got the Metroid Prime Remastered that came out Wednesday, and it is such a beautiful remastered version of one of my favorite games. I'm having a really hard time not playing it on stream, so I may end up pulling that out Sunday and playing some more Sunday, but we're definitely going to be doing Metroid Mondays from here on out till we finish that game. And then tomorrow night over on Diamond X, I got Cyberpunk Red with Diamond X on the Diamond X's channel. That's another new system that I'm learning and having a lot of fun with that group, learning about the Cyberpunk world as well as learning the Cyberpunk Red system. So.
Yeah, it's definitely one that I want to try my hand at some point soon too. I've been playing the Cyberpunk 2077 video game, and I've been loving it. It's been fantastic. So, playing it as a role-playing game, I run Cyberpunk-ish games settings on the channel, but trying the actual, TM Cyberpunk would be really fun. And yeah, man,
I think it's probably a system you'd like.
Yeah, I get the feeling that it is. I've heard a lot of really good things, and it hasn't been out all that long. So, yeah, man, thank you for joining another game here on the channel. It's always a pleasure to play with you, Nathan. So, yeah. Next up, speaking of always a pleasure, Petra.
Oh, thanks, Jerry. Feeling is very mutual. It's been a pretty big month. We've got Biddy Battles coming out soon again, and that I've been working on those next 4 stages. So excited. Going well. Breakout Con in just a few weeks, and I'm working that again. That's Toronto's big game convention for indie game makers. So I'm going to sit down and play test with all sorts of people from all over the world who come out to do this. So that's going to be fun. Yeah, here. Anywhere nearby, come out and see me next year. I will host people.
I don't think there's any way you can draw a line from Texas to Toronto that is considered close.
It's not possible.
Unfortunately. Otherwise, we probably would have done something about that. We probably would have met up at some point. I'm still hopeful. It'll still happen someday. I'm hopeful.
I've already met a bunch of people that in person that I met online, and I'm going to be meeting a few more come summer. So. Excellent. It adds up. I'm connecting with someone from Australia, so Keel and I are gonna try to connect in Hawaii. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, that would be amazing! How cool! Super jealous now.
Hey, you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, maybe. I'll ask my bank.
On that note, I will pass it on to the next.
Fantastic. Man, that sounds like such a
great game, by the way. The card draw I really enjoyed that as a difference from dice.
Right?
So much fun. It felt more authentic for the spy for some reason. Passport card size. It just seemed to go better with the aesthetic, and I really like the anticipation. It's not a different kind of anticipation. Just pulling your cards, and then finding out what the other person did versus the rolling your dice and crossing your fingers.
Mm-hmm.
There's ways you can manipulate it, and that's a nice vibe for the game, because you would kind of have that interaction the same way. So, very impressed with the.
It makes a lot of sense, because there's a kind of a back and forth, a give and a take from both sides that adjusts the numbers, and it makes it very dynamic. And a lot of it is about the approach, right? The approach of how you're going to do the thing and what you might have with you that's going to potentially working as well. So yeah. Petra, as always, like I said, we haven't gotten the chance to play together all that often, but it's always a blast, and I love hanging out with you and talking to you. So thank you for coming along and being a part of the playtest this evening.
Oh man, I was so happy. Anytime.
Yeah. Okay, next up, we have Alan.
It was a blast hanging out with you guys and playing. Jeremy, always a pleasure to be at your gaming table. I wish I had more opportunities to be at your table when I see you post for games, but I did enjoy this one. I really enjoy improv games. This reminds me a lot of something like Fate, even though that Fate uses dice, but there's no numbers on those dice. It's basically pluses or minuses, which is basically what all these cards are doing. They're giving you a bonus or a penalty, and then you're just deciding what your action is. So I really like that aspect of the game. And aside from that, what I have going on is I have a YouTube channel called Simply Roleplaying. Right now, that is focused on a beginner series for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. So if you're interested in learning about Pathfinder 2nd Edition, I'm putting out a series of videos that is very beginner friendly, taking you from, hey, you know nothing about tabletop role-playing games. This is what RPGs are about. This is how Pathfinder like plays into that. Of course, I like other games other than Pathfinder, so more RPGs will be coming out. And aside from that, on Twitter, I've put out several supplements for things like D&D 5e and Savage Worlds. So if you like new subclasses or adaptations of some of your favorite video games to RPGs, that stuff is what I'm putting out there. So take a look. I invite you to follow, subscribe to the channel, and hopefully I'll see you guys again at the game table. So
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Again, like I've had the opportunity to play at your table multiple times. Some fantastic games, from Ninja Turtles to X-Men to Avatar. Everything that you've ever run that I've been a part of has been just absolute blast. You know, you were a part of a long-running campaign here on the channel where we did Whispers and Fragments, which was just absolutely a fantastic game. In no small part due to what you brought to it as a player. So I'm always happy to have you at the table, Alan. And I have been thoroughly enjoying your recent renaissance. Your return to gaming in full has been a welcome blessing to the community and the hobby. It's been good to see you churn out content very fast, which is awesome. So, yeah, man, lots of love. Speaking of lots of love, last but certainly not least, Jason.
Okay, first off, that game was really, really, really fun. The system, while I think it took us just a second to really find our groove with it and figure things out. Once we got it, it picked up and we started having a hell of a lot of fun with it. Nathan, DJ, you guys, I haven't played with you guys before, but you guys have been a real fun group of people to play with. I hope we get to share a table again sometime again in the future. Jeremy, you're awesome. Petra, you're awesome. Man, Alan, it's always good to play with you, dude. So I had an absolute blast. I don't get to play enough. And when I do, it's just a sheer joy. So just thanks for having me, Jeremy. I'm just some dude on the internet having fun playing games with cool people. Y'all have a good night.
Well said. Well said. I too am just a dude on the internet playing games with cool people. But I'm happy about that. The fact that I get the chance to play with people who are from all over the world, and who are just amazing. Not only just amazing players, but also just amazing people. The amount of friendships and things that I have, connections that I've made with people that are really special, genuinely so, to me is it's something that I am very careful to not take for granted. I am very, very fortunate, and yeah, it's amazing to get the chance to do that while I get to make up stories and play games. So, and there's people that watch them. So thank you. If you're out there and you are watching and you enjoyed this, I appreciate that a ton. Just giving it the time to consume it means a lot to me. If you want to help out a little bit, then hit the like button, subscribe, do all those kinds of things that the algorithm likes to see. There's links you can follow in the description of this video for a variety of different ways that you can get in touch with me or possibly help support me if you really enjoyed the content that much. Yeah, this is I love doing this. So thank you all very, very much for being the kinds of players that can take the understanding that I don't know the system very well and still hang around for 5 fucking hours while I yap my jaw. I'm glad that this is a Friday. Hopefully none of you have to get up early in the morning. I love you all very much. Yeah. The only other thing that I want to say, a massive thank you again to Josh for building an incredible system already. I cannot wait to see what this is going to look like in its final iteration, and I'm really, really hopeful that both the notes that I have kind of given you already from the playtest I did with my wife, plus what we went through this evening, is going to be valuable to you in the development of this game. That will make me very happy to have been able to be a small part of developing it into what I know it's going to turn out to be. So thank you for reaching out and for sponsoring this game, as well as for designing the system. So everybody, just remember the same thing that I say pretty much every time I'm wrapping this up. Kindness is a free action. Like, it doesn't cost you anything to be nice to people. And the world needs as much of that positivity as it can get. So just keep that in mind. But until next time, may your dice roll high, or your cards draw well, and your snacks always be within reach.